Okay.
All right, welcome everyone. Today is September 28th. This is our
5 o'clock. Is it on?
5 o'clock work session. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we have a very familiar face coming up to do a blessing for us today. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Avinash Tope, representing the Franklin County Frankfurt Interfaith Council, and I will be making a Hindu prayer for the evening, which reads in Sanskrit first, and I will translate it into simpler words after. Dandodayamatamasmim Nitirasmim jigishitam Maunam chaivasmi guhyanam Jnanam jnanavatamaham. It's a couplet from the 10th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, verse number 38. In very simple words, it basically means, I am the just punishment, which sounds a little harsh, amongst means of preventing lawlessness and proper conduct among those who seek victory. Amongst secrets, I am that silence, and I am in the wise. In the wise, I am their wisdom. Human nature is such that we all know that mere sermons sometimes may not be sufficient for ensuring good behavior among people. Sometimes, punishment, when meted out in a timely and just manner, is an important tool for reforming sinful behavior in people and training them in right conduct. One of its goals is meant to deter those in society that might be inclined to perform wrong actions. Modern management theory describes very nicely how even 1 minute of proper punishment for wrong actions and 1 minute of suitable reward for good actions can rectify people's behavior. The desire for victory is universal, but those with the strength of character are not willing to sacrifice morals or ethics to achieve it. That victory, which is won by the path of righteousness, signifies the power of God. A secret is that which is hidden from public knowledge for a specific purpose. There is a saying in English, a secret known to one person is a secret. A secret known to 2 people is no longer a secret. And a secret known to 3 people is news shouted out to the rest of the world. Thus, the greatest secret is that which is hidden in silence. True wisdom comes to a person with the maturing of spiritual knowledge through self or God realization. A person endowed with it develops the perspective of seeing all events, persons, and objectives in the light of their relationship with God. Such wisdom purifies, fulfills, satisfies, and even elevates one. It gives direction to life, the strength to cope with its vicissitudes, and determination to preserve till the end is reached. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let there be peace, let there be peace, let there be peace. Thank you.
very much. Beautiful. We appreciate everything Interfaith Council does in our community.
Thank you for being with us tonight. That was very nice. Okay, before we get started on our work session, I'd like to, excuse me, Moment of silence. Unfortunately, I feel like this fiscal court is part of a family, and we've had some deaths lately. So I would like to take a moment of silence for multiple people here. On September 12th, Squire Sebastian's mother, Martha Elizabeth Sebastian, passed. Last week, I don't know the date, Mitzi's uncle Larry passed. And just today, Squire Blackburn's mother, about 3 o'clock this afternoon, that's why he's not with us today, Patricia Whitley passed. So I'd like to take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Squire, you have thoughts and prayers.
All righty, I'm going to ask right now if there's any public comments. Mr. Sowers, please come forward. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing fantastic, Judge. I hope you all are too.
Absolutely. What do you have for us tonight?
Well, I would like to cordially invite each and every one of you to our grand opening and ribbon cutting of the Sauer Building at 219 St. Clair Street, right across the street from the courthouse. It's been a long process. It's been over 3.5 years of remodeling what used to be Sauer Hardware. Some of you might know the history, going back to 1913 when my great-grandfather built the store, left it to his son, John R. Sauer, who left it to Frank W. Sauer, some of you might remember, who left it to me. So it's a real personal joy to do this. The building is going to have 3 long-term rentals, 2 of them being penthouse apartments, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, one of them being a first-floor, 3-bedroom apartment, 2 baths, and also 3 Airbnbs. And they have 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. And when I made my last run for city commission and so forth, I said what we need in downtown Frankfort is more people in downtown Frankfort, both in long-term living as well as visitors. So I've got a nice mix with the Airbnbs and the long-term residents as well. It's going to be a week from today, Thursday, October the 5th, from 4 to 6 with ribbon cutting at 4:30. So I hope each of you can make it. Any questions regarding? It's been a multi-million-dollar project, and I'm glad to add that resource to the city of Frankfort and Franklin County. Any questions? Thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you. I've heard nothing but beautiful things about it. I know some people that worked on it. I know you all have worked very hard, so I think it's going to be a great addition to our community. So thank you and your wife for your investment.
Judge. Appreciate it.
Seeing no other public comments, I believe Net Recovery is here to do.
Judge?
Yes. Oh.
I was in error in not complimenting some of county staff. Robert Hewitt and Leslie Hibbets were absolutely outstanding, as was Marty Annell, your electrical inspector. Funny story about Marty. One, he used to work for me. I grabbed him out of Franklin County Industrial Training Center with the head of that at one time was McBrayer was his name, and did a marvelous job. Actually gave a bad time to the electrician I had, but the next time when he came back, Marty was well pleased.
Good. Well, I appreciate
Sorry
the
to
feedback.
interrupt.
Thank you. All righty. Come on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Underwood. I'm representing Net Recovery. I want to thank you all for allowing us to come present to you all. I'm going to give you a little bit of background on who Net is, what we've done. I'm also going to let Joe Winston, our president and CEO, speak. Joe is the brain behind the operation. He can answer all the technical questions, including those of where we are with the FDA right now, and a little bit more about our past. To give you a brief background, NET is a device about the size of your smartphone. What it does basically is it takes two wires, it tapes them behind a patient with opioid use disorders ears, and it starts re-stimulating the parts of the brain that create dopamine, serotonin, all the things that your body stops creating when you develop OUD. I will tell you, it is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my life. Until I saw it firsthand, I wasn't a believer, and then I saw it, and I will tell you that within the first couple of hours of a patient being on this treatment, you could see color back in their face. And we were talking about people in the worst throes of withdrawal that you can possibly imagine. That's what NET is. They have worked here in Kentucky over the last 10 years, treating patients, going through various studies. They've treated roughly 600 patients here in the Commonwealth. We have worked exclusively with Isaiah House and their locations. You may be familiar with some of them nearby, Harrodsburg being a relatively close one. Where we are now is wanting to continue our study. You will see in the packet that I've given out to you behind the background of what NET is a recently released study for you all to review, and it is a result of our 100 patient double-blind study that we did in conjunction with Wayne State University. I'm going to let Joe get into the details of this because I am not a scientist, but Joe certainly is. What we want to do, though, is you will see the third part of your packet is called the SOBER study. Our goal with this is to treat 1,000 patients exclusively here in the Commonwealth. What we want to do is work with the state OAAC, but more than that, work with local governments. You all know your people better than anybody else. We want to be able to work with the local agencies here, whether that's first responders, needle exchange, the judicial branch, to find candidates for this and be able to run them through our treatment program in this study. What the SOBER study will ultimately measure is the long-term, not necessarily efficacy, well, it will be the efficacy of this device in a way, but be able to study the social impact of this treatment. When people come off of NET, they are not on Suboxone or methadone or buprenorphine. This is an abstinence treatment. So we will be able to track housing, criminal recidivism, health and wellness statistics, wages, education. We are working with KY Stats right here in Frankfurt. We will be working with the University of Louisville as well as some other academic institutions. This is a 3-year study. The bulk of this study will be done in the first 12 months as far as treating patients. After that, it will be a matter of compiling data. We will be able to provide information that people have never seen before with this study. We're measuring things that KY Stats doesn't even measure right now. We've kind of had to help them come up with a way to do it. Housing being the biggest one. As some of you may know, that there is a great deal of transience among the addicted community. We want to see how this does as far as bringing people back to their communities and being able to measure productive members of society. That is the end goal of this, is to take folks and turn them back into productive citizens in your communities and give them back to their families and restore this level of hope. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Joe Winston and let him get a little bit more into the details, and then we will take as many questions as you all have.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, magistrates. I'll just speak simply and quickly. We're developing a new form of treatment for opiate use disorder. There are some very good ones out there that have been approved by the FDA, but I'm sure you know that 80% of people don't even engage in treatment today. And so we have a big problem. And one of the things that we're looking at is that group of people who don't wish to take medication. They don't wish to take Suboxone. So in no way does this take away from the people who do take Suboxone, we would sit alongside them as a tool in a doctor's bag. We've been experimental for about a decade here in Kentucky. I'm happy to say that we filed with the FDA last night. We would expect to be FDA approved and no longer experimental by probably early April of next year. The study that we're seeking your help in funding is pretty straightforward. Most of the research done today, when you look at treating people with opiate use disorder, you ask yourself two questions. Did they die? Did they overdose? And those are extremely important questions. It's not the questions that we're asking. We're asking, do they get a job? Do they continue to get education? Do they engage in community life in the way that they did prior to being addicted? One of the results that we see coming out of our study is that people can actually remain drug-free. That's not a politically correct thing to say, I apologize, but they can remain drug-free without medication if they choose to do so. And that's a very aggressive claim, and it's the reason that we just finished running a double-blind clinical trial in Kentucky, was so that we could back up this kind of statement. So again, our goal here is pretty simple. We expect to be commercially available in Kentucky sometime next year. But in the meantime, what we'd like to do is lay out proof for counties and for the Commonwealth that, one, there is a path to treatment for people who don't want to engage and have medication, and two, that engaging in that kind of treatment allows people to re-participate socially in the Commonwealth and in the county. That's a very short explanation. Are there questions? Would you like to have more information? You might have a big packet in front of you, so I don't want to just restate that.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you both for being here. I believe members of the past court saw a presentation at a couple of conferences. And I'm sure Squire Blackburn would agree, we've seen the presentation. In regard to your work in the Commonwealth, can you talk to us a little bit about what other communities you are working with, and if you've had some demonstrated success rate at this point?
So,
or are you making the initial presentation here to us tonight that you're making to other communities about the same time?
we are, I'm making the presentation to you all about this impending study that we have been presenting to local governments. As far as commitments go from other counties, we've been collecting those. I was just telling Magistrate Tigas that we are putting the final I's and crossing, dots on I's and crossing T's with Shelby County. As we speak, we'll have that knocked out in the next week. Meade County and Bullitt County are already committed. We have other counties that are, it is going to be up for a vote coming up soon. But the ask on this is specifically for this impending study. We have not specifically worked with local governments prior to this. We have worked with Isaiah House and some other agencies before this. This is going to be a lot more hands-on with county government agencies going forward for this specific study. And for the purposes of transparency, our ask of Franklin County is a $75,000 financial commitment of your opioid settlement dollars over the course of 3 years, as this is a 3-year study. So just so you have the numbers in front of you, that's where we are.
So to follow.
I'm sorry.
No, please, go ahead. Go ahead. You might answer something that I'm about to ask.
I have to make my federal PSA. Because we're an investigational device, I'm not allowed to make any claims regarding either effectiveness or safety. The paper in front of you represents a set of numbers that do have effectiveness and safety data in there that we'll be publishing shortly. But there's a subtlety here that's very important. Until we're finally cleared by the FDA, we cannot make any claims. And so when you ask if we have worked with other folks, we have, as Ryan said, we treated well over 600 people. It's just that I have to be careful about what I say. We've got 6 months running until we're approved, and frankly, orange doesn't look very good on me.
You had talked about relationships, let me just characterize it maybe that way, in regard to Shelby County that may be that will be soon, Meade County and Bullitt that you've already inked at this point.
Yes.
Are there other either local city governments or other county governments, and have you made presentation to the Cabinet for Health and Family Services in regard to working with agencies within their umbrella? Because you mentioned KY Stats, and that's in the former Workforce Cabinet. I'm very, very familiar with that.
We have spoken with Cabinet for Health and Family Services. As we move down the road with this towards 2024, they're going to be a part of this as far as getting CASPER data and that information, and also kind of a clearinghouse, because it is people's personal health information that we're dealing with here, so that's kind of an above board thing. As far as the other county governments that we're presenting to and speaking to, we've spoken, Joe and Jeff probably have a better count than I do because they are starting to run together. For me, we got a lot of counties here. But the ones that we've been in communication most with are Louisville Metro, Fayette Metro, or Lexington Metro, and then the three northernmost Kentucky counties are working in conjunction together. Boone, Kent, and Campbell have kind of become one. It's an interesting and effective system they have up there, but it works well for them. Those are the ones that have a timeline on what they're doing. We have other counties that we've been presenting to that are in discussions of their various finance committees. We're answering questions and working through the details there.
So you talked about this study with us specifically. Do you have other studies that you have been involved with any of these other communities?
As far as the prior study goes, I'm going to let Joe kind of answer the specific details on that.
Yes, we have. We did our first study with CRAD. That was done back in 2009, I believe. We did actually 2 studies in a row with CRAD, and that was done separately from Isaiah House. We then did a fairly large study with Isaiah House that had I think close to 400 people being treated. That was what we call an open label study. An open label means you don't have any comparison. And so you can see how people do if they know they're getting treated, but you can't prove that the device itself had an effect. I'm sorry for being technical. So we then ran an FDA pivotal trial, and that's a fancy word for saying that if you do what you say you're going to do, then the FDA will give you clearance. That clinical study was extremely rigorous. That's the one that we just completed and just filed with the FDA. And it has 2 outcomes that we're presenting to the FDA. The first is that we were highly effective. And the second is that we were able to establish, actually for the first time ever for electrical stimulation, treating drug addiction, that there is a measurable device effect that is separate from a placebo effect or anything like that. So the quality of the research was extremely high. All in all, we've treated, I think, about 650 people that were Kentucky residents dating back to about 2009. We've treated somebody from almost every county in the Commonwealth. I'll answer 2 other questions that might crop up. Why just Isaiah House? Isaiah House brings an interesting character to our study, which is they are also able to prescribe buprenorphine. And so anytime you run a study under the federal government, you have to protect the rights and the health of the people in the study. And for us, the demonstration of protecting their health was anybody at any time could walk away and have a prescription to Suboxone. And so that's one of the reasons we ran it at Isaiah House. The second reason is that the federal government requires any study to be monitored by a thing called an Institutional Review Board, an IRB. And for a study site to work with an IRB, you have to have a lot of process in place. Everything you do about finances, and this all has to be a documented process. And at the time that we did this, they were the only institution in the state today that could support the level of requirement of the federal government. ARC might be there today, I don't know, but frankly, at this point, just from an internal process point of view, Isaiah House stands head and shoulders above all of the other institutions in the Commonwealth. because we would like to generalize this research to the entire United States, it was important that we had somebody of their caliber that we could present to the FDA.
So, Judge, I just have one final question
Sure.
for all of my colleagues, and then I'll hold the rest.
Thanks.
Can you talk about other competitors that you see in the space? Are you the only one in this space? I remember seeing the presentation, it's probably been 3 years ago, I think.
Probably,
It was
yeah.
it was right at about
Seems
3
like
years
it.
ago. And so the market probably has brought many people in, so maybe you can talk with us a little bit about that. Thank you.
That's an outstanding question. There was a company called that put a product out called the Bridge in 2019. And it frankly was groundbreaking. It was the first time the FDA had ever allowed a device to do this. They got some traction in the Commonwealth, and what happened next is that fentanyl became dominant, and it doesn't work with fentanyl. And so a lot of people stopped using it. And because it's a competitor, and I don't want to be speaking ill of a competitor, I would encourage you to talk to the health professionals in Northern Kentucky. They actually ran treatments with the Bridge for a fairly large amount of time, and you can get their opinion on what happened with the Bridge. A second device got approval about 2 years ago called Sparrow. Sparrow's issue was that, number one, they also don't work very well with fentanyl, and secondly, they couldn't really prove that they made things better, any better than a placebo. And so the FDA's language around them was pretty wishy-washy. The FDA, it turns out, took those two lessons and just speaking very frankly, they hit us really hard. The level of evidence that we have to produce to overcome what I think they felt were two false starts was extremely high. And so I'm just delighted at the data that we'll be putting before the FDA, that we put before them yesterday. It will establish a fairly clear difference. Of our folks, frankly, 3/4 of them had fentanyl when they walked into the building, and 94% were polydrug. A lot of that was methamphetamines. A surprisingly large amount was cocaine and straight amphetamines, but we had hardly anybody who was not a polydrug user. And today we're the only device that has actually run a clinical study for polydrug abuse. All of the study results that you see in your paper represent virtually entirely polydrug abuse, and that's what we find in the Commonwealth.
We're going to go Squire Dykes and then Squire Tracy. Oh, okay, Squire Tracy.
Thank you all both for being here. Just a couple questions. You referenced, I think, being a partner with 3 other counties already.
Mm-hmm.
The $75,000 fee or grant, is that for every county, or how does that?
So the way that we have put that together, so to just give you an example, that the eventual ask for Louisville Metro is going to be $750,000.
Okay.
It comes down to population, what your all settlement dollars look like, and a couple other metrics in there, but those are the 2 primary ones. So it comes down to, you know, what is appropriate based on population and settlement size for your local government.
Right. And at the end of this, is it just one big study, or is it going to be a study for Franklin County, a study for Shelby County?
It will be one large study, but there will be statistics specifically related to your all's candidates that come through the program. So we will be able to show specific county data as well as overall data. And that is part of, your all's local government commitment to this, is that you all would have your own data sets as well.
Thank you.
Since I'm the one that kind of pushed this on everybody, and also there are a lot of people watching tonight at home, so I want to explain a couple of things. There are several medications that people take on a regular basis that those of us who work in this area know are also very addictive. And these guys aren't going to talk about this because of obvious reasons, but I will. They make people very sick when they try to come off of these medications, very, very sick. I've watched it. It's awful. I was so excited when I watched the final fix, when I spoke with Jeff Lott, when I've done so much research you can't even imagine. It's how I've spent my time for the last several weeks. This is an amazing opportunity. It's amazing. And when I watch, particularly the young people that I work with, try to kick addiction, and they're given medications, which is what we have right now. That's what they can do right now. They're terrified because they know that when they take these medications, that if they miss it or they miss an appointment and they cannot get their prescription, or they relapse and then they can't get their prescription, it is going to be absolutely horrific for them. They're going to throw up. They're going to, I won't even go into what's going to happen to their bodies. It is the worst thing you've ever seen. So for me, and for anybody that has witnessed this, and there are several in this room that see it all the time, this is a no-brainer. It's just absolutely a no-brainer. Every one of these people is worth way more than $5,000 apiece. So I encourage every one of you, if you have not watched the final fix, I cried through the whole thing. And I've watched it 3 times and I still cry through the whole thing. It's incredible. And it will show you exactly what people go through. And it will show you how different this is. The difference is absolutely amazing. And I am so thankful to your company. I'm so thankful for this family that started this process. I'm amazed by you guys. I hope that everyone will pay attention and really think about this. And thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank you, Squire. Squire Wisman.
Yeah, Judge, I'd like to take just a little bit of a step back. I'm positive, there are community members who will be engaged and interested in what we're saying, and every time we have a meeting, I try to think that we're also an opportunity for PR here. Squire Dicus mentioned it a few times. The Final Fix is a movie about this product. Could you give us a little bit more where people can see that and where they can witness?
Yes, the Final Fix documentary is available on Amazon Prime. I can also email a link that has kind of an abridged version of it, but it is a longer version. But it is available on Amazon Prime for, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe it's $1.99 on Amazon Prime. It is absolutely worth it. It is the thing that sold me on this. When Net approached me about working with them, I had a lot of questions, and I watched that, and then I talked to Joe, and I saw how this worked and became a believer. But the Final Fix is one of those documentaries that you see in your lifetime where you realize that this is like to her point, it's an absolute game changer. This is an opportunity that could change not just the Commonwealth, but the entire world as far as addiction treatment goes.
And that is an external documentary, not made by the company.
That is correct.
That came in and followed Kentucky citizens in their 20s and 30s, people that you would expect to see anywhere in any of our communities through the process. And what happens is it is astounding. We were party to some of that at a conference we all attended not too long ago. And then I think Squire Dicus and Tanner and I were in a opioid training a few weeks ago that kind of got into some weeds. And I want us to mention a few things here that were part of that. So the total request for funding, you all are focusing on Kentucky in this next step. What is the total amount of funds that you're looking to gather to make this project a reality?
So we are working with the OAAC on a grant application. We've gone back and forth with them. The total amount between local governments and the state is going to be $5 million total combined.
And a significant portion of that you're requesting from multiple county governments. And the trade-off in some respects, I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it would cost about $5,000 to treat each person, and the buy-in from the local governments effectively is paying for us to put that many people into the program.
That is correct.
Out of 1,000 people that you intend to treat. So a $75,000 request to us, in some sense, I realize there's some nuance, would maybe mean about 15 people from Franklin County that get immediate access to this program, and maybe some life-changing effect, free of charge, and that may change, the world. You all are focusing on Kentucky because I'm assuming for a number of reasons, but we are sort of the epicenter of the opioid pandemic, if you will. Can you speak a little bit more about some of those implications for our state?
That's absolutely correct. This study will be exclusively in Kentucky. And the reason for that, and Joe can speak to this, the unfortunate reality is that we are ground zero for this. There's no two ways about it. You can go from McCracken County to Pike County, and you see it everywhere. The more that comes out, the more that we've seen in these settlements, the more information that becomes available. Kentucky was effectively targeted with opioids at a level that is you can't even put into words. It gives NET the opportunity to come back to the place that was hit the hardest and be able to do this work and see these, because we've got the long term before. We want to be able to see the long term after, and this is the perfect place to do it. I think Joe would agree with that.
And just to
also say that the level of community involvement in Kentucky is unusually high, and we think that involvement of the community is necessary for long-term health.
Yeah, we're seeing it in every community, right? The workforce has been decimated. People just being able to live, and the strain on our local governmental resources to keep people, to a certain standard, even in homelessness, is draining every resource from these communities. Not maybe as bad in Franklin County and some of our more urban areas, but it's decimating us. So talk a little bit more about the product. It's an electronic device. It's unobtrusive, right?
That's correct.
Is, you said earlier, stimulates sort of some areas of the brain that have quit working because of their addiction to drugs, to be able to stimulate those centers in the brain that give us endorphins and other things, right?
Yes. Joe, if you kind of want to answer that one, I don't want to get too sciencey without the science speaking.
You have natural painkillers in your brain today. When you take heroin, your brain doesn't need to produce them because you're taking them from the outside. Now, all of a sudden, you stop taking heroin or OxyContin, and your brain isn't making them, and you don't have them from the outside, and you go into withdrawal. It's painful. Today, the medication we gives you some of those from the outside. What we're trying to do is cause the brain to produce its own again.
Thanks. I think, we have a summary of numbers that are indicative of what some of these studies have shown. That 98% of subjects within the first hour show some decrease in withdrawal symptoms. I mean, if anyone that might be watching us on Cable 10 or anywhere on the internet, go watch this video, this documentary, and see. This might not be the end-all, fix-all. It might not be the final fix. Hopefully it is. But in my view, it is one other element in our toolkit to combat the problems that are facing so many Kentuckians right now and so many people in our community. Incarceration is not the answer. Policing is not the answer. It's everything together that I think is going to make a difference. And I'm willing to throw some funds that we have right now available through the opioid money at a few options to try to find a difference. And, it's, I think speaks quite a bit. I was thinking in the training the other day that we were into, it speaks a lot to the impact of this epidemic in Kentucky, that every governmental body in the state this is on the forefront of our minds. It's in every training we're going to. We've all got funding effectively to try to combat it because it's such a big problem. You don't see this level of involvement and hundreds of people on some of these trainings, digital trainings that we're attending. everybody is touched in some way by this. So I thank you all for presenting this to us and for Squire Dykus on taking the lead. Again, I think it's a first step in a multiple item toolbox that we're going to be able to begin addressing problems. Thanks.
Thank you, Squire. Squire Tracy.
Thank you, Judge. I remember, to circle back to Squire Sebastian, when this was originally presented at one of the conferences back 2019, 2020, I think you had a conversation with a couple of the judges.
I did the drug court next door.
Yeah. So I guess my question is, would this be tied into your all's opioid committee task force? And then my next question would be, with the amount of money that's been asked of, is this something that an RFP will have to be put out for in regards to that amount?
That's a good question. I have to ask our county attorney.
I would say we're going to have to do something.
I can answer that just based on, and not to interject here, just because since the inception of the OAAC, since Representative Bentley put forward the legislation to put this together and the language of the settlement, county governments are given a pretty wide level of discretion on how you all want to do it, whether it's you all put a committee together that, may make recommendations to the court, the fiscal court just decides themselves, or you all do an RFP process and go from there. There are multiple ways to do it. You all do have a great deal of discretion on how you want to make that happen. To give you an example, both Louisville Metro and Lexington have effectively formed their own mini OAACs that are taking recommendations, that will be reviewing applications. Ultimately, those will go before, in Louisville, those will go before the city council, and they'll take a vote on it. And that's the same thing in Lexington too, is that they've got these task force formed, and they will be taking it from there.
Squire Dykus.
So I don't know if you've talked to the judge or not, but we did have our first committee meeting last week, and we have several people from the community involved in that. We also have the sheriff involved in that, and the judge and I. So this is one of the things that is on the list that we're thinking about funding. So that's how we're doing it here, and then we'd bring it back to the court and vote on that. We don't have to have an RFP. I've looked over this numerous times.
Well, we appreciate you all coming in tonight. And Squire Tanner, did you have something? I'm sorry.
Probably shouldn't. I watched the videos that KMCA put on, and maybe Joe might have been one of the presenters.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I was yesterday, so I don't remember that far back. But anyhow, to make a long story short, I do know specifically that there's a statute that says where we can spend this money on.
Yes.
Is this included in that, or are we assuming that it is?
No, it is included. I can show you that language, but research is absolutely included in that. It's in the last section.
You're asking for $25,000 a year for 3 years, which is that way? Did I misunderstand anything?
So it is, we ask for more in the first fiscal year because that's the bulk of the work when we're treating patients. Year 3 is effectively, we're just going to be compiling the data and getting the reports ready. So it really breaks out into kind of a 60-20-20, but we are flexible on that. It's what you all are comfortable with. The way we structure these agreements, we have found that it makes it easier on the county governments that we kind of walk through it step by step with you all, so that it's structured in a way that suits your all's fiscal plan with these dollars most appropriately, instead of having a one-size-fits-all. But generally speaking, the agreement that we have with folks is a 60, 20, and 20.
Okay, thank you for the answer. The other question you may have went over, and I did not catch it, but who picks those 15 people, whatever, however many we put in the program?
I'm glad you've asked about that. That is one of the, when I mentioned Shelby County earlier, the I's being dotted and the T's being crossed, that is the biggest thing that we've had to go over. We want to work with your county government agencies, whether that is first responders, police, county attorney. It's the folks that run into your OUD patients on a daily basis that we want to be able to put together a kind of a blueprint on how to get them to us. Every county is going to operate a little bit different. We will work beforehand, before the study, on how to get them to us. It will not take any effort from you all. As a fiscal court, it will be working with
So,
kind of boots on the ground folks here in Franklin County.
so I'm assuming then you're talking about first responders, who health department probably,
Yes,
maybe?
health department.
Okay, so then in the end, I forgot, how many is it gonna be, 15, 25?
15. Yeah.
So then who finally says it's gonna be this one, this one, this one, this one?
So, NET has a candidate vetting process. I'm going to let Joe speak to that a little bit more, but it'll be our boots on the ground team here that will take the folks that have been submitted by your alls and go through the vetting process of finding candidates that meet all the criteria. Joe, if you kind of want to speak to that in a little bit more detail.
Yeah. We'll have a single point of contact for the county. That point of contact will come reach out and find out what wraparound services you have from the beginning. And they're looking for two things. They're trying to say, where do we first meet people who might be interested? And how do we put them back into existing community services when they're done? Those are their two pursuits. From a who gets selected point of view, we do it different ways depending on the county. So if you felt like you did not have county resources, we would get everybody that we could from your county and run them through, and we'd give you a monthly report. If you have people in your county today that you would like to be intimately involved, we would make a one-to-one relationship between our point of contact and yours, and your county would get the final say before anybody goes in. It really depends on the resources that you have in place and what makes you feel comfortable.
So let me say what I thought you said. That the final say is gonna come from somebody in this county. Did you say that, or did I misinterpret what you said?
That's exactly what I said. If you wish to delegate that to us, we'll take it on. If you wish to hold it yourself, we are very happy for you to have final say.
So would we do that?
Here's why some counties have difficulty with that. When a person goes into withdrawal, they're in trouble. And so if there is a point of contact in the county who's going to say yes or no, they need to be always available. And if that is a thing that you have in place, we would love to have you be a gate through which a person must pass. Oftentimes, the amount of time that you have to make a decision is somewhere around 12 hours.
Then we need to find that person or group of people who can come up with a 12-hour turnaround on somebody we want, somebody that needs to be in the program.
Judge,
Go ahead, Squire.
so that's why we have, one of the reasons that we have this large group of people that do this work on this committee. They're the people that know how to do this.
Well, it's sure isn't me. I can't talk people into quit smoking, let alone that.
Right.
So
I mean,
I just want to explore the process on how this is going to work.
As far as the mechanics of how this works going forward, if you all did make the decision to work with NET, we are very flexible about putting a blueprint together of what works best for you all in your county and the stakeholders here. I think, if you talk to some of the other counties that we are working with, they would attest to that. As far as what works best for you all is what we can make work.
And I
Can
think we're kind of getting in the weeds a little bit. We need to
Probably
first
right. Probably.
talk about it as a court and see if we're going to go down this road. And I think if we do, then that's the next avenue. Squire Tracy.
Let's say the 15 spots are filled and this is going really, really good and it's successful. My question is what about the next 15 that want to do it? Are you all going to be around or is it over once the study's done?
Joe, if
I'll take that
you,
question. If it happens very fast, like if you got 3 months in and you had 15 people already in, we would love to come to you and extend. We're going to try to treat in about a 1-year window to get all of the people through. But from my perspective, we anticipate getting FDA approval next year. And so I think that I'm going to come and chat with your fiscal court again sometime late next year and say, how is this working for you? Do you like this? If you do, let's put in place a process by which we can just keep on rolling outside of the confines of the study. I have an ulterior motive. I would love you to be actively involved, because when I come talk to you, I'd love you to be able to say, I know all of those 15 people, and by the way, you can go visit them if you want. To me, that's what we're looking for as a final outcome. And I think if you know the people and you know how they're doing and they're living and working in your community, then you will have good reason to say, let's continue the process.
Thank you.
Can I make a quick note too? I want to make sure, just for the people that are not in this room, I want to make sure that everybody understands too, there are various reasons for addiction. And these folks do something very specific. What they don't do is they don't deal with trauma that causes addiction. They don't deal with those things. So I want to make very, very clear that they're not dealing with counseling, they're not dealing with any of those things, and all of those things still need to be in place. Okay, so this is not just a one and done, people don't still need recovery services, they don't still need counseling, they don't still need all of those things. I just want to make that very clear. They're not dealing with those things, and so we still need all of those wraparound services.
Yeah, and just to build upon that as we wrap up here, and Joe kind of mentioned it, and I think I did too. Part of this is, when we put this blueprint together, is working with your all's wraparound services, especially on the back end, especially as these folks come out of treatment, whether that's, finding housing, job placement, vocational training, those kind of things. The last thing we want is to, run people through this and then just best of luck to you. That is not our goal. It's not what we do. It's not our model. That is why we need the relationships with the wraparound services, whether those are community-based, government-based, faith-based. That doesn't matter to us. We just want to work with the wraparound services here in Charles County on the back end of this as we get people back to Franklin County.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
You got something?
I just have kind of a final question, a comment for one. We need to be cognizant of those support services. We need to make some strategic investments in those, and hopefully that's going to be some other parts of conversations we're going to be having following up to this. This is not an FDA-approved thing yet. Hopefully that will be coming. So this is an early entry, a little bit experimental for some folks that are going to be willing to take the risk. We need to be cognizant of that, and we don't have direct access in this county for the shelters that are actively working. Harrodsburg and Versailles are closest probably on the list that you have worked with so far. But my question is, we've sort of had an initial proposal. What is the minimum contribution we're going to need to be able for this court to consider to participate in the program? And conversely, is there an opportunity for us to scale that up if we decide to? If, this community has a significant problem at the moment. If we could put 30 people in the program, if this court wants to spend those resources, what are our options?
So yeah, the 75,000 number was the number that the net team had come up with based kind of on our mathematics and algorithm. We are flexible for that number. It really comes down to what you all feel is appropriate for you all, for this community. Our 75,000 was the number that we came up with. Without naming names, we have talked to some other county governments that were comfortable with a number that was less than we had initially brought them, and that's fine. That's the level of commitment that they wanted based on their appropriated settlement funds. We're certainly open to more. We've definitely had those conversations with other folks too, as far as wanting to have a larger commitment. So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
All righty, moving on. All right, court, so let's talk broadband. I think over the last, we've been in court 9 months now. We've talked about broadband, it seems like every day. So just kind of, and I think everybody received a letter that we sent last week to multiple people, elected officials, governor, plant board. Basically, last December, or December 20th, 2021, we had a presentation. It was on the other court from the former county judge, and the plant board agreed to do 1,900 homes. I just want everybody to remember that the purpose of the whole broadband project was to take care of Franklin County, the whole Franklin County, everybody on the line of Owington and everywhere else. It's been going back and forth. Plant board came back May 10th, 2023 is the first time we heard from them this year, saying that their numbers were wrong, and they still would like us to contribute our money, but then they were only going to do 1,000 homes. So it dwindled down from 1,900 to 1,000. Then on August 23rd, the court received a letter from the plant board stating that they're going to they've already modified their grant, which I'm a little confused how that happened without us involved. So they've worked directly with the state somehow to come up with another proposal. So ultimately, I make a statement in the letter. We have great concerns as to the purpose of the original contract, as the project did not go through the procurement process. So what that basically means, I think everybody knows that, is back in 2021, the former judge executive let the plant board have the contract without the bid process. So it's my understanding, since having multiple companies come talk to us, that they wanted to bid the project, but it was no longer available to bid. And because I guess the plant board is a municipality, they were able just to give a price. So I just kind of want to say that. I'm trying to put everything in perspective here. So the last thing, I believe on the 23rd, they came back, and I got to find it. They're down to 883 homes or something like that. So now we have gone less than 50% of the original intent. So I just want to put this on the agenda because I think we need to talk about it as a court. We need to know what direction we want to go. I'm going to be honest, and this is business, this isn't personal. I personally, I know there's a lot more money. I've met with senators, congressmen, governor, about anybody I could meet with over this. Broadband agencies, you can ask Jack. This has been top of the list since day one. I personally feel we're at a point, and I just got back from a judge's retreat, and I talked to multiple judges that are having broadband done, and it's almost unanimous. They said, just rebid this whole thing. Start over, get a right RFP, go through the correct bid process, and go from there. So I just want to see what it's the will of the court. We're a team here, so I'm going to open it up to whoever would like to start it off. Squire Wisman.
Well, Judge, there's a map provided in our packet that was the reduction of 900 homes. As a representative of the 6th District, effectively the entirety, now with the change to 850 homes, which is less than half of the original service area, my entire district has been excluded from future internet service. I keep reckoning this moment to the Depression era and following World War II, when so much federal money and emphasis was putting on providing electrical service for the first time to rural America. This is exactly where we're at again. This is a utility, it's a public lifeline going forward for people to be able to do schoolwork, to have telehealth services, especially in rural America. I'm constantly reminded that I still have people throughout the whole pandemic, and even it's now, out in my rural parts of my district that have to drive in the evening to a hill to find cell phone service to be able to allow their kid to do their homework on their phone. As it stands, I can't support the plant board's proposal because it doesn't cover our area, and we've not been provided any alternatives. When they came to present to us, I did ask about what about hotspot areas running primary arteries down major highways and providing those hot spots at least as a temporary fix. And we've not received anything back about those as of yet. So at this point, considering my district, I have to say we have to bid this out somehow. We do have to get to the bottom of what the plant board seems to be, the board of directors, just the other evening, intend to expand their services, I believe, regardless of our involvement or efforts. We need to find that out. And I guess the request to you that I have at the moment is could you meet with the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority to kind of iron out exactly how the plant board is or isn't operating on our behalf, or what the agreements are, that it's just been able to morph without our involvement, because like, I don't think anyone in this court can agree to cut out more than half of the citizens of this community. With what finite resources we have, we've got to look at other alternatives. And if that means that we need to move forward expeditiously to bid this as a county-wide service, if that's the way that's going to get service out to my people on the Henry County, Shelby County lines, and I know Scotty's folks out there at the far edges, I mean, this map shows the entire northern half of our county is underserved and will not be served in the future. So my thoughts for now.
Thank you, Squire. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. I just have a question. Is there a map in our packet of the 800? I'm finding a map of the 1,000.
We did not receive anything.
57. I'm just seeing if I missed a map
No.
to understand it. Now, I will say I recall when the chairman of the plant board came to our meeting, he had indicated, this is the way I recall it, he had indicated that the plant board was having difficulty trying to reconcile with the costs going up, how to proceed on their behalf. And they went to the broadband office and asked them to weigh in to bring a number back to us. And that's how I understood the number came back to us. So I want to make sure that
Right. No.
if we're all recalling the same thing, because I don't want to
Right.
misunderstand something.
And on that side note, because literally I've worked on this every week. So across Kentucky, the average inflation, 20 to 25% for projects that were bid in the first round. This project, there's 100% increase. And I don't know if it's been able to be explained. So like I said, I appreciate everybody's input. Squire Tracy, you had your hand up, I believe. If not, it is now.
Thank you, Judge. Just to go back and kind of echo what Squire Wisman said, obviously there's a large amount of District 4 rural area that needs it, that's been cut out. And I guess there's an article today online in today's State Journal that talked about the plant board moving ahead with, I think, 84 or some number like that. So my question is this: obviously they have intentions to move forward with their plan. So it looks like there's still going to be 1,000+ homes that I think we're all committed to making sure that gets service. So I would ask that if an RFP has to be put out, let's get it out. I'm not sure if we can duplicate. I wouldn't think that you could turn in grant requests for 1,900+ homes, considering it kind of appears maybe that they're going to do that 800 and some number, so I don't know if that would be allowed. It would definitely give people an option, which I think people would greatly appreciate. But I guess we just need a total number now of unserved homes, and we need to make sure that we're reaching them through that process that probably should have been done at the beginning. The RFP process opened up to, I know you've said you've had multiple conversations with Spectrum and AT&T and so forth. And I'm a believer you can't put spilled milk back in the jug. What's been done is done, but let's focus now on those 1,000+ homes, and let's make sure that they can get the service.
But another question I have, and I don't know if it was this court or the last court, I don't know how they're going to move forward without us, because it was my thought that they had to have a government agency. Basically, we're the customer / owner.
Yes,
They're a contractor, so I'm not sure.
that's my question.
Yeah,
right
and that's
here.
why I'm asking if you all remember that too, like, how are they moving forward without us if we haven't agreed to it?
I don't have any idea, I just
Okay.
know.
Am I remembering that right?
No, and that was why I had my hand raised to ask
Okay.
the same question, because when it came to this body, as best I recall, the county had to make an obligation to participate in the effort. And then the county was supposed to, let me put it that way, I guess, to drive the selection process of who it would work with. And however that was handled, whether it was behind the scenes or whatever it may have been, we only, the previous court was brought with no options, one provider. And then the provider indicated that it would serve all of the county, all of the unserved and underserved. And I'm one of those, as Squire Wisman said, there are people that have to drive to the top of the hill. I have to do that where I live to get my county phone to work. And anyone who has tried calling me, the new county road superintendent, if I'm at my house, it won't work. I mean, the sheriff has called me multiple times. And I see hours later, I have a missed call about something in my area. So I'm certainly one of them. I can attest to that very clearly. If you recall in the last court, my cell cert, when we were on internet, I looped out all the time because of that. But we have $3 million based on that on the ask to the Commonwealth that we were saying that we were going to hold, kind of encumber, if you will, and hold that for a project to increase and share broadband with unserved and underserved in our community. So if we start this process anew, I guess one thing, do we have to dissolve or dissolve the agreement that we have with the body now, the other party to that agreement? And then I don't know how that would potentially impact any funding kind of going forward. So I don't know what is the first step, and then what does the first step do? And then how do we, pledge our resources appropriately to make sure that this happens within the window that we have the money to use it for?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
So I got multiple questions
Yeah, no,
in that.
You do, but my fear
Thank
is,
you.
and again, I still don't understand how they're moving on without us, because to me, we are the customer/owner. My fear is that if we only bid the 1,000 homes out that are way out, we're not gonna get as good a bid in, because, I'm not gonna say, but they're taking the low-hanging fruit. They're taking a dense area that's right next to the city. And so that's gonna leave everybody out in our
And we all
country.
have,
Yeah.
problem areas that, abridge another county. I butt up to, Anderson County in a river bottom where there is absolutely no service. And from the first minute, I took this position, I had people out in Greasy Creek calling, going, we have to drive to the top of the hill past your house, past my place, to even get our cell to work. So they still have landlines. I still have a landline. I'd love to drop it, but I can't do that for a variety of reasons, because I can't get cell service at my house.
But I will say, in the last couple of days, I was up in northern Kentucky at a judges conference, and they talked a lot about broadband today. And the company up there who did 3 counties at the same time, 44,000 homes, did it in less than 2 years, start to finish.
Done already. All
Done.
those people are served.
So timeline-wise, I think we have to make a decision,
We do.
but then we go. Max, you've read the documents. If this court decides that we want to, obviously it's leaning towards maybe bidding this back out, what does it look like from a legality standpoint?
If you look at the interlocal agreement that was entered to back December 20th of 2021, numerical paragraph 8 indicates that this agreement may be terminated by either party within 30 days written notice to the other party. So in order to terminate this agreement, 30 days written notice would need to be sent to the plant board indicating that the county no longer wants to participate in this interlocutory agreement.
Judge.
Squire Wisdom.
I want to say one thing, Judge, that, having served on the other side of the river. You know, the plant board, there's a lot of comments and a lot of theory about plant board and monopoly and some things you'll hear commonly in this community. I really think it is a fantastic thing for our community that we have effectively a citizen-owned municipal plant board, water, sewer, or sewer fees through there. That this could be a really great opportunity. And I think they're a great asset to our community. Having said that, though, I will also say I'm disappointed in the communication that we've had little to none of. You know, where I think where this body stands, we want all homes served in this community. This is our one opportunity where we have some funding available to do that. We also have a looming deadline. The conference we attended in Louisville recently, you know, there was a session on this that said December 15th is kind of our fall deadline to make a decision on moving forward with this round of funding. So obviously we have to get going. If we're going to put this back out to bid, we have to do it very quickly. That said, if the plant board would come to us with a proposal and a costing estimate, I would like to see that of what it would cost for them to go ahead and provide the original intent of the contract, all 1,900 homes.
If you remember, they said it was $36 million.
That's what they did, yeah.
But fluctuation has changed even more in you know, things. So what is that hard cost? I mean, if there are companies willing to do it in every county of Kentucky right now. There's a way forward to make this happen. I don't want to preclude the plant board from doing that if they could bring it an opportunity to us to serve all homes.
And honestly, I think that's well said. And I would hope that the plant board would bid this.
Yes.
Because it is their own community. But I go back to originally that we weren't really involved in, there wasn't a bid originally.
Well, that's where my question was going, is if we put this back to bid, it would not preclude the plant board from making a bid, even though we cancel this contract. That was one of the legal clarifications I'd like to see.
Yeah, I mean, I would welcome that. Squire Tanner.
I have, excuse me, there's a couple of thoughts in my mind. One of them is Eric brought up. What is I know the goal is to get broadband everywhere we can, but I'm not sure how to go about that. If we cancel this contract, do we have to cancel it to rebid it? Or can we rebid it and then cancel it?
I would think that you would need to cancel the agreement because if you're wanting to explore other options as far as providers for this bid process, you're going to have to terminate the one that you got, or else you're stuck with the one you got.
Is the rope getting short between now and thank you. Is it getting short between now and December 15th?
We can move quick.
It's been shorter. It's shorter now than it ever was.
It's shorter than it was yesterday, that's for sure. But the other thing that I don't have a problem, because let me ask you about your conference and your what did you find? How many counties have zero action now? Has anybody been added on in this new proposal? I'm not saying they hadn't added people on out in the neighborhood.
There's counties that haven't even started on it, you know, who didn't put in for round one, and they're just starting to look into it. So I don't think we would be late by any means. And my conversation, you know, even with the governor, was like, he's like, there's a ton of money coming. There's a ton of money because it is his goal to get broadband across the Kentucky. Plain and simple, that's his goal. So I really don't have a fear there as far as.
And Judge, at every conference, at least that this court has been to, every conference that members of the previous court within the last year of that court, all we heard from every representative that came to speak about broadband was there was money coming from the federal government. I mean, in waves like no one has ever seen since the WPA, for programs similar to this that do public work type programs and put in water and they put in electric, and it's been hearkened back to that whole thing, especially in Kentucky. That's been used kind of as the balancing act here about how it would be broadcast across the Commonwealth in the same way.
I'm not defending the plant board at all. what I'm trying to decide, what my decision is gonna be based on, do we get anything out of it by rebidding, by terminating this contract and rebidding? They hadn't done anything, and as far as I know, except talk back, except cut back and cut back and cut back. But does the plant board or the city, don't they have a arm in this pool of money also, not just us?
Well, that's what they're saying. That's the last, and Max, one of my questions for you is, because there's been other contracts since the original one, do they automatically cancel the original one out because they've kind of done stuff without us at this point? And so, but yes, I mean, well, answer that, please.
If you look at the original agreement, it talks about, under number 6, the extension agreements. And so I believe that the newest amendment that they've recently sent indicates that the Kentucky Infrastructure Authority has approved 11 extensions using the Kentucky Broadband Development Program funds. And so if you look at numerical paragraph 6 that talks about neither party is obligated to enter into an extension agreement. So that's what we're talking about here, and that either party may disapprove of a proposed extension agreement in its sole and absolute discretion for any reason or no reason at all. So the proposals that they're giving to you all doesn't necessarily mean that you all have to accept those, according to this agreement. Now, it does go on to say there, in which, case the county shall pay FPB for all expenses incurred to date, and neither party shall have an obligation to make any further extensions in the absence of available funds. And so, to my knowledge, none of these extensions have been started, so there shouldn't be any money owed. I haven't heard anything different as of this point in time.
Judge, I guess my request of you is to meet with that Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, find out what our legal options are. We know that there's a larger match for the second round of funding. Can we just nullify everything we've done so far and start fresh with a new bid process where we get a larger percentage of match? And frankly, I'd like to see it all back with all of our informed options for that October 11th meeting, so we can make a decision. I did not want to wait this long for this, because it is necessary now, and it's still going to be probably a 2-year minimum to get people connected at first. So we've got to.
I was kind of to the point. I mean, I've exhausted every person I can call. We've all talked kind of individually about this. I just wanted to talk as a group, and I'm ready to act tomorrow. You know what I mean? So it's top priority.
Just for the community to know, though, I wanted
Absolutely.
to say that we are probably still a couple of years out. Ideally, it can move faster, and we can maybe start getting some people connected once we make a decision next year. But realistically, I get calls all the time begging, asking, when can we possibly count on some new service? And yet I don't know. We're not there, so I can't tell them anything just yet. But
I do want to say Senator Williams is in the audience here. He's been a big help on this for me, as far as he's on the technology. If you want to, I didn't know if you want to speak tonight or not, but I just wanted to thank you, because this has been a web of things to try to figure out.
I just want to make a quick comment. If you do decide to rebid it, you may not have to put any money in it. There are counties around here that are just as rural as you are that have had a provider come in and provide it without a match from you. The provider does the match on everything. So that may not be the case, but just don't expect that you're going to have to put in $3 million when you rebid it. They'll see. But I'm looking forward to getting the internet out here. I want to say, in the areas I've seen them where they have come and done the whole county, run a fiber line 1.5 miles across the road, across the creek, up the hill, 1 mile to get people. And that's what the providers are in the mindset of doing these days. And we just had testimony today from a rural electric co-op in western Kentucky that provided every one of their customers with internet. If you think about it, we spent the last century putting poles up everywhere and then putting power on those poles and put telephone lights on the pole. We can put fiber on those poles.
Was that been around?
It was actually Kenergy that did that, okay? So, and I believe they went to 50,000 pretty rural customers out there, okay? And they're in the process, very close to it. So I want to encourage you, there's a lot of money coming. You may not have to put in that kind of money, and you can get it to everybody. That's the mindset the providers are in these days.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Squires.
So what is the way forward?
So
I just want to make sure I'm clear.
for me, I would assume, with hearing what Max is saying, is that a letter would be drafted, we would send that out, but then we'd start working, and even like Boone County today, he said he'll send us everything they did, RFQs, RFPs, they have documents, I mean, they'll share all that with us, so I think we can get it turned around pretty quick, as far as, I mean, we basically know what the project is.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to
No,
make
you
sure
go
I'm
ahead.
making sense
Excuse
of
me.
the way
Excuse me,
forward.
Squire.
So the way forward, the first step of that is a letter, is that correct? And that letter goes to the board members of FPB, is that correct?
Well,
That acknowledges to the plant board.
Yeah, to Eric's point, I guess we need to talk to the infrastructure, Kentucky infrastructure, maybe tomorrow, and just tell them where we are to make sure there's nothing that we're missing here. And I'll probably have Max make that call with me. So that and the letter, you know, I'm not sure which one goes first. Max, what would you think?
Depending on how the court wants to move forward. If the court wants to move forward with terminating this agreement, then that would be done according to paragraph number 15 and read in conjunction with paragraph number 8. A letter would need to be sent to the general manager of the plant board, if that's the decision of the court, if that's the action that you all want to take, giving them 30 days written notice that you all are terminating this agreement. So that would be, but the court has got to make that decision on how you all want to move forward. If that's the decision that you all are making, that's what, you know, that would be the process after that. So the court needs to first make the decision, and once that decision is made, that letter would need to be sent terminating this December 20th, 2021 agreement. Now, if you all want to do it another way, or you want to take some steps before that, that is your all's decision. But if this is what you all want to do, that would be the process in which it would be done.
So in that instance, if we do proceed with the call to KIA, so if I'm sitting there, I'm going to make that call to KIA first, hear what they have back to say to us, and then potentially, rather than waiting for the next court meeting, we could potentially have a special meeting with this as the item on the agenda, because it's ever present for everyone here and critical to everyone here, because I don't think there are only certain pockets of the community that are getting these calls. I mean, I know I have to drive up the hill to do it myself, so I get them all the time when I'm sitting up near somebody's driveway, and they're laughing because I'm out on my phone.
So let me ask you this, if it's the intent of the court today, wouldn't it be okay for me to go ahead and write that letter? What would be the special meeting then, if we want to move?
Well, the way I understood it is that, from Squire Wisman's comment, it was to have you make that call to KIA and see what they kind of share as, these are kind of the scenarios that this may play out under.
Yeah.
And then that's the kind of information that you may want to bring back to this body, because we all wouldn't be privy to that call. I'm not trying to speak for you, I'm just trying to make sure I'm following the logic
If I
of
can,
that.
that was based on the comment that the plant board seems to be moving forward without us,
Correct.
regardless of this agreement.
Correct.
So I think we've got a little bit of groundwork to do with KIA
Exactly.
before we can make a decision either way. We may not have to make any decision, because the plant board may be moving on with the project regardless, and we can then act independently is what I'm feeling. So I just need those answers first.
Squire Chase?
Yeah, I would agree with Squire Wisman. It appears to me, just from what I read today, they are moving without us. Obviously, they're saying that they didn't receive any communication back, but that's neither here nor there.
So is this, what you said you were reading, where is that?
Online, State Journal Online.
Okay, sorry.
So,
I've
no, you're good.
been
So,
out of pocket.
again, it goes back to, if that's the case and they're moving forward, then for me, okay, they're moving forward. How do we obtain a map or big maps that show these 1,000+ homes that they're not going to get now?
It has to be out there because if they have worked something out, they would have had to provide maps and addresses, I would assume. I don't know how else they would have came up with the 883 or 4.
Right.
You know? So that should be, at that point, public information, I
Right.
guess.
So with that being said, again, it goes back to that, let's just say 1,100 homes. As of today, there's no plan other than inside this room to make sure they get service. So how can we identify those guys, those homes, and then how do we move forward? And I mean, let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody's in agreement. Let's get it done.
Right hand.
I just want to make a comment based on what Scotty just said. Using this number here, 1,057, which is not correct probably, I think it's 800, whatever. If whatever decision we do today, does it jeopardize this 1,057 number that I'm looking at? Does it stop that growth, or do we need to check and see, as Scotty just said and Eric, that we need to check and see if they're going to go on without us, they're going to do this 1,000 homes anyway?
Yeah, they're only doing 800. So.
Well, okay, I mean, I'm just using this figure.
Well, that's the answer we need to get from the
So then
infrastructure.
if we make a move that's gonna stop these people from getting it, that's risky. But I will do what the court wants to do.
Well, I don't think it's to stop them. I think we're all saying, hey, the plant board's moving ahead with their 800 and something.
Or if they are, that's the question we need to get answered.
So,
That's the question. Or how are they without a third party?
well,
Still don't
how do we
understand that.
identify those 800 and some odd homes? But that way they don't show up on a map during the RFP process.
Right.
So that's,
And that has to, if they have it worked out the way they said they have it worked out, that has to be available.
We have to be careful not to stop this if it's going.
Right.
And Judge, for the community that might be watching, I mean, literally every week, every time we were all in any of the rooms together, we were talking about how to proceed with this, and to my knowledge yet, the plant board's only communicated with us at one meeting, and provided nothing to follow up following their meeting they had the other night to make final decisions. So, reach out to them as well as the infrastructure authority, but I'm saying the infrastructure authority because it seems to be they may be the ones willing to give us the answer when the other agency's not right now, so. But beyond that, I can meet anytime. I'll make time to make a decision and get this moving.
But I will say, and I want the community to realize that we are trying to do what's best for Franklin County. Every single home in Franklin County, not just some of them. So, some might think that, we're right or wrong, but, being in this chair and going what I've gone through the last 9 months, it's been a lot. So, I want to see this move, and I know you all do as much as the people want it. So, we are dedicated to get them the broadband ASAP. It's just going to take a minute to figure it out. Go ahead, Scar Tracy.
well, and I think it's also important, the court did not have any input in regards to the 800 and some homes that have been identified by the plant board across the river. So we had no input on that. So this is something that if you want information in regards to, am I going to be one of the 800 and some odd homes? I guess my thought would be they need to call the plant board to find out because we have no idea.
Yeah, I think Squire Sebastian's point, we have no map. And you all have gotten the same correspondence that I have. And so.
And many phone calls that weren't returned, trying to get to the bottom of things that,
Okay, so we'll get started on that first thing in the morning, and as soon as I find some information out, we'll call a special and we'll meet and figure a game plan out from there. Is that good with everybody? Alrighty, we are going to move on to the road department update. Duke, how you doing tonight?
Doing great. How y'all?
You've heard more about broadband than you ever wanted to, didn't you?
It's okay. First thing I'd like to do is introduce myself to some of y'all that don't know me. Gene Wilburn, better known as Duke. And I'd like to thank the judge and the court for having the confidence in me to run the road department. And I'll do 110%, give you 110%. I'd also like to thank Stephen Hopkins Smith and Amy and the road department crew feel very well. And it made my job a lot easier than I thought it would be the first 2 weeks, so,
We're happy to hear that.
yeah, it's amazing, really. But moving on to the road department update, we've had several of the guys on the lot cleanup. As you know, this new project's getting ready to take place. There's a lot to be done down there, and we've got a lot done, but there's still a lot more to do. And our mowing crews been out in the Peaks Mill area the last week or so, getting things looking better out there. Mow trim crews been out Bodkins Lane. Of course, it's getting ready to be blacktop, so trying to make it a little easier on them. And been out the Pea Ridge area as well. We started a little project Wednesday out Farmers Lane in that creek. Sherry's familiar with that, but rain kind of hampered us on that last night, but we needed the rain, so. And that's about all I got. Y'all got some questions for me?
I just want to say thank you. I've heard nothing but compliments. So we're appreciative that you're on our team. I think things feel good. You did have a meeting, I believe, the other day. You all talked about a little bit of timeline, right? As far as with the new building, and
Right.
you've all been doing a lot of cleanup and moving things to Home
Yes, sir.
Street to get them out of the way. Could you just speak a little bit on that?
Yes, sir. We've been moving equipment and some supplies down Home Street to our lot down there. We've moved several things to the park, get them in out of the weather. We've pretty well got all of our scrap cleaned up, loaded the last trailer for it today. And I think we've had 3 big tractor trailer loads of scrap that was down there on that lot. A lot of it was hid, but, and from what I understand, they're supposed to mobilize next Wednesday on the 4th, start coming in and hopefully get some work done on this project.
It's exciting. Thank you. All right, what questions do we have? Squire Wisman.
Duke, thank you. Good to see you, and thank you for joining us. Do you have just a time frame for folks on Bodkins Lane when that paving will begin?
I would say within the next couple of weeks. They're currently out at on Duckers, getting ready to pave it, and I think when they get that done, then they're headed to Bodkins.
Okay, thank you.
Who else has any questions for our road department?
I just want to, again, thank them for everything they have done out in the first district. That mow trim work, I'll keep saying it, it's the best mow trim work since my 5 years on the court. The best, the farthest back, clean sight lines. I've had so many people reach out and say, whoever's doing that work, can you just keep on having them out there?
Well,
So I truly appreciate it.
I can tell you that you got an awesome road department down there.
We do.
They're, they've been very accepting of me coming in, and that helps a bunch.
Absolutely.
Duke, can I ask you, and we haven't had a chance to talk in a couple of days, and I think, Stephen, we talked about it in a road committee meeting, I believe, about looking into, we always talk about ditching. We need to do more ditching in Franklin County, and hopefully with this new, if it passes tonight, but Ally's gonna sell it, I got faith in her. We're tightening the limb requirements and things like that up. I'd like you all to look into what a ditching attachment for your old mow trim would cost, because I think that would be, just talking in that road crew, I think that might be a good way to go, it sounds like.
Right. Well, we're hopefully going to be able to purchase a new mow trim. I think you guys are going to maybe vote on that tonight.
Yeah.
So, it would be a tremendous help if we did have a ditching head for that
Yeah.
machine. So,
If y'all could look into that, that'd be great.
yes, sir.
Thank you to you, Stephen, and the entire road department. Y'all are great. We appreciate everything, and I know we're trying to work through some things down there, and we're gonna get it, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yep,
We'll get it.
good deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All righty. We have a jail update, I believe. Hey, Sheriff.
Hello.
Good to see you, buddy.
I wanted to introduce Ron. He's the jail coordinator.
Oh.
I think he'll be able to answer a lot of your questions, but I will answer anything you have for me.
Perfect. Yep, good deal. Ron, you wanna, or either of
Sure.
y'all come up?
Yeah.
I thought the court has met Ron.
I'm Ron Wyatt. I'm a detective at the Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Choir has tasked me with being the jail administrator in the immediate future, so I have about 32 years' experience in law enforcement, 5 of that in corrections, and the rest of that in policing. So, just to start with, I'll give you our population. Right before I came to the meeting, I checked. We have 228 inmates. 129 of those are Franklin County inmates, which are solely the responsibility of the court. And we have 33 employees. We're slated for 48. We currently have 33. Lost 2 this week and hired 1. So the major issues at the jail, the number one issue that everything else flows from is staffing. We're critically short-staffed. We have 5 persons on each shift, and that's just not enough. So our staff is somewhat inexperienced, and we've taken some major steps in the right direction by hiring a new maintenance director, and he's here with us tonight. We'll be talking about maintenance in a minute. We have a new training director who has put a big emphasis on training in the last 4 or 5 weeks, and I think that's helping with some of the inexperience, and it helps with some of the turnover. When people are not confident in their job, they don't know what to do, then it's intimidating anyway. So, biggest problem is staffing. The second problem is the building is old, as you all know. I'm sure you've heard that before. It has a lot of issues. It's had some unaddressed needs for a while. We've been attacking that daily. We take back a little bit of it every day, but there's some considerable just mechanical issues. There's an HVAC issue that the maintenance director can address probably better than me. I would invite each one of you to come out and see us. I'd be glad to give you a personal tour. I'll take you anywhere in the jail that you're willing to go and show you what the staff does there every day. That you do have a core group of long-term staff that's been there a while, and they are kind of what's running the place. And I think it would be good for you all to get to meet them and see what they do on a daily basis. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Ron, before we get going, I just want to say thank you to you and the sheriff. You know, this court was not anticipating our jailer retiring, I guess you could say. So it's put a lot on us. And I appreciate Sheriff's Department and especially you taking this on, because it's a big challenge. I don't think anybody really knows the severity of it until you get there. And I think Andrew put a picture up, you know, if you want to talk for a minute real quick before we start. One thing I appreciate about you and the sheriff is willingness to listen and learn and figure out how you can be better. And I think that's the whole purpose of us taking the jail over, so we can get SOPs in order and make it better for the next person when the next jailer election is. So could you talk just a couple minutes about our trip down to Marion County?
Sure. So we try every day to get better at everything, a little bit better every day, and that'll help us. We were able to meet with the Marion County jailer, Barry Brady. Mr. Brady has over 30 years experience in corrections, including being a warden of a fairly large institution. He's been the Marion County jailer, I believe, since 2002.
Correct.
They really have county jailing figured out. Their jail runs really smoothly, and they were very gracious to let us come down and had a presentation for us. We toured the whole facility to see how clean it was and just how orderly it was. And he shared all of his policies and procedures with me, introduced me to what he calls his chief of security, or which would be our chief deputy. Since that time, our senior staff has been going down there. It's one thing to describe it, but it's another thing for them to actually see it. So I've sent 2 of our senior staff went yesterday. Our maintenance director went today. because they're the same size facility we are. They're about 250 at any given time, and they're not a big, rich county, so they're a lot like us, and so they're facing the same problems, and they've come up with some solutions. He's been great to work with. Have 2 more of our staff are going down next week just to see their operations. We've already made a lot of changes based on what we've learned there and other places too. Our jail inspector has been really great. He's been easy to work with. We've been in contact at least weekly, sometimes more. This week we had our second required jail inspection, so it was unannounced. The first one in the year is announced, and the second one's unannounced. So I don't have the official results from that, but he was very complimentary, and I think we're gonna have a couple findings that we have to deal with, but I don't believe it's gonna be anything that's gonna be, earth-shattering. So.
One thing I appreciate about Ron, he leans over to me after kind of the presentation and everything, he goes, "We start cleaning tomorrow."
We did.
I like that. All right, I think Squire Tracy had his hand up first. Go ahead.
I'd like to say thank you all for obviously stepping up to take on this challenge. Then I'd also like to apologize to you all for having to do it. So, you referenced 33 total staff members. Out of those 33, how many actually work on the secure side compared to what quote-unquote would be admin?
Currently, we have 19 people that are assigned to the secure side. The admin, there's 14. That number's going to stay pretty consistent. That's your long-term people that have been there over 5 years that are in pretty key roles. We would like to have, ideally, we'd like to have 24 that worked only on the secure side. For information purposes, we consider our kitchen staff as admin, but they're on the secure side. And they fill in every day in secure side roles, as does the vast majority of the other admin staff. We just don't have enough people to get by without them, so everybody's working a lot of overtime.
Right. Well, and I think people's probably been, how long can we go back and say that it's been so, the staffing has been an issue?
Honestly, COVID was hard on everybody, but it was really hard on, nobody wants to work in a jail in a pandemic, and we have not recovered.
Yeah.
And, as a result, we had to close our Class D dorm, which is, it's good in a way in that it's one less thing to staff, but it makes the jail a bigger drain. If we could get our staff up, we could reopen the dorm, and there's big demand across the state for staff programs and things that we have the facility to host, but we don't have the ability because we don't have the staff.
Because you don't staff. Thank you.
Squire Sebastian, do you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Perfect.
Detective White, thank you very much again for coming, and I will say the same as Squire Tracy. We want to thank everyone for the work that they're doing, but we also feel like, I feel like we need to apologize that you had to step into a situation and the staff continues in a situation that they find themselves in. I'm going to follow up, kind of a dovetail to a question he asked about the 33 employees. Are we somewhat consistent in a range of maybe the median's 15 either way, one way or another, about the 230 number of inmates? Just kind of trying to fall to like an average or a...
I was doing some research earlier today, so in the last 6 months or so, about 250 is right, but I've gone back a little bit prior to that based on some requests, and it's oftentimes around 330. So it's pretty low right now, and one of those reasons is we don't have the dorm. That dorm can hold over 100 people. Those are all state inmates that pay a daily rate.
Yeah, and so I'm going to cascade a series of questions. So in order to handle that number of inmates, previously the court had settled on a number of 48. That's the number we budgeted for in this current budget, total staff. Is that adequate, seeing what you're seeing? Is that an adequate number if we can get there?
48 is an adequate number. It's not a realistic number because we can't break 40. We have tried. In the 5 weeks we've been there, we have, and I've been there previously when I worked there, we have tried everything that we can think of. And it's not just Franklin County. It's corrections jobs across the state. There's only a certain, it requires a special kind of person to do the job, and we're all competing for the same people. And so we haven't had over 40 on the staff, and I don't remember. Nobody in the office can remember.
So right now, it sounds like you're almost neck and neck in the administrative versus the individuals who are working on the secure side. Are we seeing that we're having to pull individuals from the administrative side to work in the secure side, so that those same folks, literally, they have to have some break, be able to go home, see their families, and mentally and physically just have to do that?
We have switched from a 12-hour day to an 8-hour day, and we have, you get 2 days off that week, and we guarantee you that you don't have to work on your days off, that in an effort to improve quality of life. Unless there's some people that want to, if they volunteer, that's fine, we don't ask them. What happens at the jail is that you're doing your regular job, and then a jail emergency happens because we have an inmate in the hospital, or we have any number of other things, and then you get pulled from your regular job and do that security side job, or secure side job, and then your job's getting undone. It's not being done. It's, and then when that emergency ends, there's inevitably another one. So working with just 5 people is the absolute bare minimum. I would say it's the critical level of short staff. If we have a flu, bug go through there, or, heaven forbid something else, then I don't know what we're going to do, to be honest.
So in regard to the number of individuals that we need to operate, are we trying to come up to, if we can get up to 40? Because it said, you sound like that is kind of the number that we need to kind of strive for. 48 is probably on the high side of things.
Sure.
Would that allow us to open that block back up? And one of the selling points that the last elected jailer came in and talked to us about was, above and beyond state inmates, was federal inmates, and built a budget around it, a specific number of federal inmates, and didn't come remotely close to making that number, and it hamstrung the budget, and it's going to continue to hamstring the county budget because of that.
I cannot speak directly to all of that, but I can tell you that a federal inmate, obviously, I think they pay about $55 a day as our contract, but we haven't had one in a long time. And there's obviously competition for them, and I can't say why we don't have one, or have any, I don't know that for sure. They do require more staffing because it's a 2-person escort anywhere they go. So from a staffing standpoint, we cannot support federal inmates. If one has to go to the hospital, we would really be stretched thinner than we could stand.
Okay. Thank you.
I will say, just piggyback a little bit on the money. So Jailer Brady did talk about how there is legislation out there to try to get more money for state inmates, because they cost basically $80 to $100 a day to house, and right now it's $35 a day is what they pay, and then if they're in one of the programs that he spoke about, it's like $10 extra a day, but it's still not covering the cost of the county. So he seemed like they were in negotiation. So I think even if you all could get up to a manageable number of employees to help bring quality of life for all of the people that work there, would be great. But then I think programming with the state would be great. Just probably is, if not better, because only you don't have to double staff them either. So
we have the facility to handle that. We could have a SAP program, substance abuse program. We could have a SOAR program, which is a reintegration program. SAP is a building block for SOAR, so it's a natural flow. The way the dorm's laid out, you could start in one dorm, and when you graduated into the next program, you would change into a different uniform and then move into the different part of the dorm before you're released back into society. And they're good programs. I think they do cut down on recidivism. There's always going to be that, but I do think that they work. And we could do that. If you're in a SAP program, you're getting paid $35. The county would be getting $35 a day, but in addition, they would get $10 for the programming. And then if there's a degreed person teaching the program, that's an additional 10. So you're starting to make, increase your, I don't want to say profit, but revenue.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a drain on tax dollars. It's just the goal would be to reduce the amount that it is.
thank you. Squire Dykes, I believe you had your hand up.
Oh, I can't see it. I just want to thank you from just the standpoint of your staff. I talk to them a lot. I'm in there often. And I think I have not seen them as well and happy as they are right now, ever, honestly. I think that they are more relaxed and their mental health is better than I have ever seen them, to be honest. Even as hard as they're working and as many hours as they work, they are, I mean, I hadn't seen them, any of them smile in a very long time. So they feel very supported, and I really, really appreciate that. So thank you.
Squire Tracy.
Just to circle back to make sure I got my numbers right. You've got about 14 admin. Ultimately, you want 14 admin, 9 secure. You're wanting about 26. You think that's
That would be adequate for what we have now. To open the dorm, I haven't quite got those numbers ready for personnel. I don't want to tell you something and be wrong. But to run the secure side safely with the amount of inmates that we have right now, I need about 24 secure side staff. And still, admin's still going to fill in. We're too small an operation for anybody everybody's kind of got to do a lot of jobs to get by.
so ultimately you need about 7?
Uh,
7.
Yeah, I would say, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then it would be, I guess, accurate to think that the majority or the 90% of the turnover is from that secure side.
Yes, your admin staff are your key people that have been there a while, that have the institutional knowledge that kind of keeps the place running regardless of who's in charge. Best way to describe it.
And thank you again.
Yes, sir.
Squire Westman.
Yeah, Judge, again, I want to reiterate what everyone's saying and thank the detective and our sheriff for jumping in a situation, and I'm very cognizant that the departure of our last jailer has left a bit of a triage situation at the moment, and thank you for addressing even the most minimal that you could immediately, and I think it's important to say that you know, for a long time, at least my term on the court so far, what we were being told about the operations was not necessarily what is the truth, and we're getting to the bottom of some of that, and for the staff that are at the jail, we're going to do all we can, or at least I'll speak for myself, to say we're going to do all we can to make a better situation, a better work environment, and give the resources that we need to manage human lives at the way that they should be done. So please hold on and hang in there, and we appreciate everything you're doing. I know I'm taking a tour on Monday,
Yes.
and we're going to explore some other options and see if we can't get up to staff and get some better resources for the jail. And Detective, you mentioned to us the other day that you know, there are going to be some expenses above and beyond what were anticipated coming towards us, just for some general maintenance, some repair issues, and a number of other things that are critical at the jail that have not been addressed in the last year or multiple years. So just those are coming. I suppose you don't have anything really to speak to, I'm sure, tonight about cost estimates, but we have a couple of things that are coming before us this evening that are general maintenance routine programs, I understand, but just a talking point that we're going to have some pretty in-depth problems to solve pretty soon. So.
I think
Go ahead.
well, he's asked too many already. You go.
Oh, sorry. I only have one question, comment. Of course, Eric and I have been, and others, everybody's interested in what's going on in the jail. We appreciate the advancements that's been made out there and the ones that will continue, you all will continue to work on. But I got a question about the dorm.
Okay.
How many people did you say would go in there?
It's over 100.
Over 100?
Yeah, I'm not exactly prepared
That's
to discuss
that's
it.
Class Ds. Is
It
that
could
correct?
be, yes.
Maybe some Class Cs, but most
I
of the
don't believe
guys.
Class C's, see, it's not a secure, the doors don't lock. So it is more of it's almost like a halfway house that's run by the jail. So there won't be any Class C's. But
Won't be any Class Ds in there.
There could be Class D's. There's some of them
These are not state prisoner, contract prisoners that go in there, or
They
inmates is the right word, I guess.
So there's different classifications of state inmates, D being the lowest level. That's going to be some property crime, maybe some drug possession, but no type of violent crime. So the state classifies them. When they're classified as a Class D, you can work in the community. That's who's on our community services truck that's mowing like 16 different, locations. And so those guys can work outside of the facility. A Class C felon could not work outside the facility because of the C felonies are going to be a more serious offense. So they're in a more restricted custody.
Can Franklin County Jail keep a Class C?
Yes, we do.
You
I
do
can tell
keep
you,
some. Well, that's all right, but I thought so, actually. The other,
We got 33 right now.
the Class Ds that would go in the dorm, do they exist?
Yes.
The state has them now that they
They
can
are-
put in there.
They are, Class Ds by statute have to do time in county jails. But some of these people's sentencing to get out of custody, they have to go through the SAP program. So the SAP program is most often done in county jails. So if you're to open the dorm, you could either fill it full of Class Ds and have them working in the community, or you could fill it full of Class Ds and have them in a SAP program that turns into a SOAR program that helps get them ready for reentry.
Squire Tracy.
You referenced HVAC.
Yes.
Can we get an update on HVAC, knowing that there was a significant amount of money spent on the jail with the energy savings project? And has there been any conversations with the ESG group that managed that?
I have not had any conversations directly with them. We have just now gotten a copy of the work that was done. I believe we got that yesterday. The new maintenance director, Mr. Wilburn, is beginning to review that and to see what is covered and what isn't. As I understand it, the furnace in the shop is not part of the ESG project for whatever reason. I wasn't involved in that, so I don't know the details, but that was not part of it, and that is it's a critical need to be replaced. It really can't be run because it's not safe.
So Squire, I'm gonna talk a little bit on that because we reached out to that company and they will be at our next meeting, I believe. So I know we had talked, we're gonna meet again next week. I think when we do the tour of the jail, he was gonna kind of present some things as far as that needed to be fixed ASAP, you know, for safety and things like that. But then at that point, we'll really start probably getting, you know, the energy committee involved as far as, especially wanting that. The maintenance director just got that list as far as what they were responsible for. But I know it's little things like, you know, we kept hearing there's a big water break over there. Well, when we sat down and talked, all the commodes are running. The shut-off valves weren't working. So we're not sold that there's actually a water leak. I mean, he was saying there's 5 leaks in the sink just in the kitchen. I mean, just literally leaking.
And multiple sinks running full time.
Multiple sinks running. Hot water couldn't be shut off, or if they turned one valve off, it shut the whole campus off. I mean, so they're digging into all these things now. So it's going to be really interesting to compare what was supposed to be fixed, why it wasn't fixed, and things like that.
Well, especially when you think back, they came back to us to add more shut-off valves. And they went through the whole jail with new commodes that use less water and was supposed to have shut-off valves. And to hear you say that you're really at like an all-time low in regards to numbers at 250, because you're normally above that, to sit in the energy savings meeting and have them tell us that we've got more people in there than what they figured the numbers on, which is not accurate because those numbers went to them before COVID. So to hear some of their reasoning it's just mind-boggling.
Our maintenance director is prepared, I mean, he's prepared to discuss some, 15,000 foot maintenance stuff, and I have not every detail, but I mean, he can give you an idea of what you're gonna be looking at, and if you wanna do that, I'm not sure what the will of the court is.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to attend our energy savings meeting committee meeting that we've got coming up, and
I'm gonna say for tonight's purposes, this is probably gonna be a little bit longer than we want meeting, but that's okay, because we're getting a lot of good things done. Let's let him spend some time looking over that contract so he has a better idea of maybe what should have been fixed that wasn't fixed. And I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but I think we need to figure it out a little bit more, and then we'll go from there. If that's okay with the court.
Well, I'll probably, Judge, have some questions during the bill, so
Okay.
we can ask them now, or we can hang on to them then.
Do you want to go ahead and ask those specific ones since they're here? Because they might leave,
Y'all gonna leave?
I'm here as long as the sheriff's saying.
Okay, that's fine. We'll hold it. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Judge, just a general request to go ahead with our new maintenance director. I'd like to connect them with ESG, because, they were coming and talking at our last meeting that they had some monitoring capability, but we were having problems with some of the jail staff communicating with them, I believe, at the time. to be able to effectively monitor some of the utilities and things. So I'd like to see if we can't clear that up before that meeting too, and see what they are actually capable of monitoring.
He's in touch with them.
Let's go ahead and introduce him. I don't think everybody's officially met him anyway, so.
Matt Wilburn, he's been a great asset to us. He has a background in all kinds of.
I had
it's hard to
several
describe.
years of background in maintenance. I was at the sheriff's office for several years, and I was at the school board before that, where I spent a lot of time in maintenance, plumbing, HVAC, all that. I still help my dad every once in a while in his side business as well. So the monitoring system that you were concerned about, that is up and running now. I reached out to ESG, HMC, which their contract is up for bid now. We're going to discuss that tonight. They was able to get me in touch with the right person. They have our monitoring system online. I can sit in this room as we speak and tell you what everything is doing in that jail, HVAC wise, your boilers, anything like that. If it has a fault, if I can't fix it from that computer, which 90% of the time it's just an easy reset, then it'll tell me exactly what's wrong with it. I know exactly where to look, who to call. If it's under warranty, of course, I can call them, they can come out and fix it. So the monitoring system is online and it is working.
Good. I specifically have been concerned, cold nights are coming in, heat's going to be coming on soon. They came to our meeting, our energy committee meeting, and said that last winter we had two systems that were alternating currently, heat and air, that were both working simultaneously to go toward a single temperature digit.
Yes.
So we had air conditioning and heat running all last winter at the same time, so bills were astronomical, of course. At least that's what we've been told, so I wanted to make sure we have some things up and
Yes, so
ready for the
they
winter
are
coming.
actually going to come down and give me a tour of the whole program. So I
Good.
know to make sure that the air is shut off, the heat is turned on at the proper times, how to adjust the proper set points and everything. That is coming up here within the next week or two.
Great.
So,
Great. Good. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you being there.
Any other questions? Alrighty.
We'll get there.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. We're gonna finish our work session, and I think you'll probably be back up. Alrighty, let's talk judge's report. So, I believe you all were aware that I went to Washington DC with the Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation. That was a pretty eye-opening experience. You know, it's a two-day conference, and it was with all the, I think there was 40 people across the country that had gotten grants like Wanda Joyce. So it was interesting to hear who was doing what programs and how they were working and not working. Meant a little bit more just because we kind of have control of the jail now. So it was really interesting because a lot of the talk was about jail and rehabbing. They like to call them residents, not the inmates. So learned a lot on that trip. Oh, this is a good one. Square Wishman like this one. On the 21st, the night before, we got a call and governor said, come on, we're going to give you some money. I didn't know what it was for or anything. So we have a check. There's a picture of me right there. So I didn't know until we got there what it was for, but I wasn't going to ask any questions. He told me the day before, I know it's 6 figures. And I said, well, I'll be there. So that's for Lebanon Road, I believe. And Stephen can say this. It's been on that list as long as I can remember, right? I don't think it's ever been repaved from what the governor had said. So.
I was a kid when it was last paid.
Okay. So that's always good. We appreciate the governor helping us out with that. Frankfurt High had their homecoming parade. Mayor and I were in that. It was a great thing. It was really good to see the kids. You know, we throw candy and things like that, but it means a lot to the community. There's Deputy Judge, the kid's stepping all over his car. I bet he liked that. So, but it was a great event. It was a beautiful day. This past Monday, I attended a breakfast it was about the opioid problem, and that's one of our big conversation pieces now. And there was people here from Iceland and all over, and I was not able to go to the actual conference. I believe Squire Dykes, did you attend all day? And would you like to say anything about the conference? Because I've heard nothing but great things about it.
I was kind of in and out of it all day long because I had some other things to do, but it was wonderful. The folks from Iceland are incredible. The way they do things are vastly different than the way we do things. It was eye-opening. It was educational. I don't know what else to say about it. I love listening to them talk mostly. But it was wonderful, and they are definitely people that we can learn from, for certain.
You know, they've been working on their problem over there, and I don't remember the actual statistics, but I mean, they're down to like 8% or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it is crazy. But a lot of it's based around outdoor activities for kids, giving them things to do, things that we've talked about, you know, with the park plan. And so it was a really nice breakfast. We also had the interview on the plant board that we do once a month. Allie Hall, our own solid waste coordinator, was the person who, my special guest, I guess you could say. She talked about the compost giveaway, recycling, hazardous home waste, and updated the yard waste pickup ordinance. So we, you know, part of education, she talked about that. I believe we're voting on that tonight, so the more we can get that out, the better. We did have an opioid meeting, so we put together kind of, I'm gonna call it a task force. I got community stakeholders, the sheriff, counselors, social workers in our school, just people that are dealing this. ASAP Charlie was there, just people that are dealing with these things on a daily basis, trying to figure out maybe the best way to spend the opioid money. Tammy was in that meeting with me, our new grant writer, and she talked about how there's another load of money in January, I believe, that we're going to apply for, but we have to kind of have a plan as far as what we think is going to help our community the best. So that's something we'll be talking about. We've had some committee meetings since the last court meeting. We've had a road, solid waste, finance. Tomorrow, I don't know if Sheriff wants to talk about this. I think it's pretty cool, though. The Wanda Joyce Foundation, the Sheriff's Department is taking them out. The kids, 42 kids, Sheriff? Ish, 42-ish kids out to go fishing at the game farm. So if anybody has any time, they're looking for volunteers to go out and fish with the kids. I think it's a half-day program, and I believe Deputy Willis said he found a sponsor for food for lunch, I believe. So they're going to have lunch afterwards, probably around 12. So that's a great thing for our community. Also want to talk about, well, I don't think I'm to that yet. We're not to that one yet. International Festival, October 14th, 4 to 8 at Lakeview Park. Mitzi Jevinen has been working very, very hard. She has a team together that's kind of raising money, doing all kinds of cool stuff. Squire Sebastian, I don't know if you heard that we received a stage. We have a stage now, so that's it's a good thing. But there's going to be food trucks, activities for the kids. I think Rotary and Kiwanis, I think are getting involved. It should be a great, great day. So looking forward to that and seeing how just diverse our community is. I don't know why he walked out of the room, but Squire Tracy here has been putting together, we're working with the Literacy Foundation. So they have come up with the idea of doing a golf scramble at Lakeview Park. They're going to do 2 flights. So I think it's 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock. You can do both if you'd like. So we're still looking for teams. All the money's going to the program. It's a great cause. I mean, it's absolutely, I can't say enough good things about it. So if you all know anybody that golfs or doesn't golf, just wants to give us some money, we need whole sponsors. I believe we're cooking hot dogs from 3:30 to 4:30. So it's a good thing to be involved in. And then also I want to make sure everybody realizes tomorrow at the Capital City Activity Center, they're hosting a senior health and wellness fair from 10 to 2. With vendors and resources. Marshall and her team do an amazing job. When I go to regional meetings and talk about seniors and things like that, Frankfort is literally always the showcase. We're the only ones in the state that cook our own food and deliver them. Everybody else in the state literally is, taking frozen food. They do some phenomenal work. Squire Sebastian, do you want to talk anything about that, about the fair for tomorrow or anything?
No. Just to echo your comments about the Capital City Activity Center. I mean, it is it is truly the model that others would like to have.
Absolutely.
Because there are so many things that that center provides and is able to do that other centers don't do. You know, everything from free food on Fridays, where people come in, you can drive in and pick up a meal, they have transportation out into the community. So it, you know, that the board does a fantastic job of also looking for funding, you know, and sets a high bar across our community about how much funding they look for. Like Thornhill, they are always out looking for funds and bringing funds in so that they are not constantly coming back to bodies like our own for funding to operate their programs, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
Just amazing.
It is, it is. Squire Tanner.
I believe Ron told us that there were some Class Ds that was worked at the Senior Citizen Center. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They do.
There's 6.
It keeps the thing basically running with very minimal amount of money from us.
They do, and they also mow the grass out there.
Yeah, they do a great job. We appreciate that. Alrighty. We're gonna keep rolling. Does anybody have any questions from the minutes from our special meeting of September 12th? Seeing none, I might sheriff come up. We have a weapon, right, Sheriff?
Yes, sir. So Detective Farmer's actually retiring. He has over 20 years, and as part of their retirement, we take up money and try to buy their service weapon for them. So that's what we're asking the court to do.
When is his last day, Sheriff?
Well, it was tomorrow, but he's taking a comp day, so
he already got his party done and he left.
He turned his cruiser and stuff in today, so.
We appreciate all the years of service he's had here in Franklin County. And any questions on the weapon for Deputy Farmer?
I heard you last time, but I typically do anyway, but you're welcome.
Alrighty, you want to talk about your next one, tax collection settlement?
Yeah, my bookkeeper said if I didn't put this on here, we couldn't collect taxes, so I figured we better get this on here. But this was last year's, as you can see, it balanced out pretty good considering it was 45 million plus. So we're looking forward to smooth tax collection. It will start November 1st.
Any questions for the sheriff on this? Alrighty, thank you, Sheriff. Ron, I believe you're back up. Or who's gonna talk about maintenance? Let's ask that.
I would defer to Mr. Wilbur on that.
Alrighty, Mr. Wilburn.
Better than I could.
Alrighty, here we go. They're just throwing you right into it today. Look at that.
Yeah, it
That's
happens.
good.
So this is HMC service contract. They are the main ones that kind of oversee like any equipment in the jail, the HVAC, they help us out in the kitchen, stuff like that. So this service contract pretty much covers any maintenance that needs to be done, air handlers. I know they replaced a lot of that stuff. Any filters, greasing, anything like that that needs to be done. Winterizing the dorm, I understand that was a big issue. They're gonna take care of that this year, include that in this contract. It is not actually physically in this contract because this contract has been continued for like 5 years. So, since it was last bid out. Any questions on the contract?
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm going to apologize that I'm going to have a litany of questions that,
Okay.
that it may be unfortunate that you're standing there because there may not be an answer for
It's
some of
okay.
this, but they're questions that definitely need to be asked. So I guess the first one, has the Energy Committee met to discuss the agreement? You may not be aware of that. Has the Energy Committee? No. Okay. So just kind of harken back because you weren't in this position at this time. But at the December 17th, 2021 Fiscal Court meeting, this body received this very same contract, just like you alluded to, that it's been continued on. That included the same rate, same term for 1 year. So I'm not sure if there's anyone here who can speak to why the agreement began November 22nd of 2021 for a period of 1 year and then basically lapsed starting November 22 of 2022 till the time that we're seeing it now? And then I'll have a follow-up question to that, because
I
there's a
cannot
big
speak for
old
why
gap.
this agreement was lapsed. That is 100% not my fault.
No, absolutely, and you heard
Yeah.
me say, I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask these.
Yeah.
But it is,
HMC just kind of continued on helping maintain the building. Obviously, they didn't want to see the new equipment go to waste as well. The service contract will cover everything in the jail. There's a list on page 3, 4, 5, and 6 that they go through, they inspect everything. If anything needs to be addressed, we take care of those issues. Obviously, the service contract won't cover repairing those issues if it needs repair, but it's general maintenance on the thing. And within the next 1 to 2 years, there's a lot of this stuff that I can actually do myself once I learn where everything is, what it needs to be done. So in the next 1 to 2 years, I actually look to actually get them to rebid this contract with a lot less stuff in the contract.
and I appreciate that, and I have every bit of faith in what you're gonna bring to the table on this. So, this question is was there no maintenance on any of the Schedule 8 items between November of '22 and now? Do you know?
Honestly, I cannot answer that question.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're probably gonna answer that several times, but that's okay, it's important for us to know and kind of go back through this. So, in the agreement, that was in the packet today, September 28th packet, the date is listed on this agreement as May 11th of 2023. So anybody can talk to us about the discrepancy of the date? Because we're seeing something now that indicates that it was put in place in May, and that's been almost 5 months ago. So I just didn't know if someone had kind of explained maybe why that lag in us seeing it now and the date on there. And you may not know that either. I mean,
I'm not
seriously.
100% sure on that. What I can tell you is that I knew it was a contract that was very important, that we needed. And as soon as I found out about it, that it had been expired, one of the HMC guys actually told me and said, hey, look, your contract's expired. This is what we do. He presented me the contract. I looked over it. And I said, obviously, yeah, this is something we need. So, I mean, I've looked at several of the items that the contract covers. It is in need of servicing. So,
I totally get it. So I apologize for having to ask
It's
these
okay.
questions, but I think it's important for this body to understand the lapse in some things that we were told were being taken care of. And so it may seem prolonged, but there's a reason to do this. So the agreement also that we're looking at calls for the first inspection to be performed in the spring and summer of 2023 by HMC. So that's been, the spring has passed and the summer passed this week. So has there been a first inspection? And you may not know,
no, ma'am, I've actually went through and looked at some of the stuff myself.
Okay, no
Just to make
inspection.
sure it was running, but there has been no inspection by HMC.
So that first inspection, so I guess my question is now is, when do they plan to come in possibly and do that first inspection? Have you all scheduled a date maybe for that?
The date has not been scheduled. I've been waiting on the court to approve the contract.
Okay.
And as soon as I call them, they usually jump right on things. So they don't lag in any time getting there.
I get it.
But to Squire Sebastian's point, the contract will start when we sign it, correct?
Yes, the contract will start the day we sign it.
And not the May 11th,
Yeah.
so just so
wanted to say
everybody,
it out loud.
yeah, just so everybody has the
So
same
right-
understanding.
So right there,
So
the
I just-
terms are going to be acceptable for the date we sign? They'll
Yes,
honor
sir.
the price and?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
All right, so I just find it curious, I guess, that the agreement from 2021 that I pulled out of my stuff today when I got back to Frankfurt, the terms are exactly the same. I guess I find it more curious still that the wording that was in that former jailer's letter that accompanied this, back in 2021, I'll have to pull it so I can read it, which actually came on a blank piece of paper with no date. And I'm sure my previous court members remember the number of questions I asked about that at that meeting. This letter says, "I understand that there may be questions regarding the renewal of this agreement due to the fact that many of the equipment," sick, and I'm just going to add that there, "has been replaced with the ESG contract. Our new equipment has a warranty for 1 year after ESG signs off on the work. The new equipment will save energy and costly repairs for maintaining our old equipment." So I'm looking at all of these items in Schedule A, so it says in 2021, looking at the agreement from 2023, they're the same items. Have any of those items been replaced under the ESG contract?
A lot of items under the ESG contract, I don't know exactly what was replaced because like Ron told you, I just found the
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
the items.
these are almost all rhetorical questions that I'm just asking in the air
Yes.
because you're in a very unfair position.
Yes, the good thing about this service contract is it's allotted so many hours.
Yep.
Say at the end of, say we signed the contract today, this time next year, if I had 20 hours left, I could put that 20 hours to doing something else for the jail. Say they come in and worked on our dishwasher, it had to have a $4,000 motor. I could put that towards those hours and HMC would apply the credit for that. We wouldn't have to pay for that.
Sure. But I'm looking at Schedule A here, and it's got the very same equipment in 2023 that was in the 2021 contract. Even the to-be-determined model numbers that it says for various things like the makeup air unit, the air handling unit, the exhaust fan. I mean, some of the items, we don't even know where they are. So I'm not clear if those items were replaced based on the jailer's letter in 2021 saying that Schedule A, some of the items were replaced then, why we're seeing the same schedule of items in this new contract when there should be new items in there. And as you said when you started, they've continued the contract on, so they're probably working off of what they had back in 2021. But for us, when we sign a new agreement, we want to know what they're working on and when those items were put in, because it'll be helpful for you.
Yes.
And it'll be helpful for us in regard to the warranty based on that undated, non-letterhead letter that we have in here that just talks to the air. So, it would be helpful for you,
Yes.
I assume,
Yes.
with the new laptop that you have to kind of monitor everything. And
Yes, it is very helpful. As for the air handlers, the main air handlers, exhaust fans, stuff like that, I can tell you the adequate amount of them are in that building that is on this service contract.
Okay.
We do have 7 air handlers in the building. I can monitor all 7 of them on that computer.
Are any of them new?
They're new as in being replaced in the service, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, based on the ESG contract, because they came in here and sold us on bifurcated air handling systems so that things like COVID wouldn't be blowing through the building. And those air, there would be air purification. And Squire Blackburn and I sat through a presentation, just the two of us, on that sort of thing, where during the height of COVID, things like that would be pulled out of the jail. So I'm just trying to understand based on looking at this agreement, and we have one with Adam. This body voted on that, I think in May, and that was for Adam, the agreement for Adam earlier in the year was for preventive maintenance for water treatment. So we have a water contract from Adam, where we were having a whole bunch of loss of water, and then we have this agreement for other systems that are kind of out of the routine of maintaining the jail.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to understand if we need to put other things in place other than what you're working so masterfully to bring up to a code that we think was already existing there.
The air handlers and stuff, yes, ESG did replace those. I can tell you 100%. They had the ultraviolet lights in them,
Okay, good.
everything like that, that ESG told you they were gonna put in them. As far as maintenance, they still have to have preventive maintenance.
Yep.
If we don't maintain them, I can tell you right now, I can walk out to our chiller outside and I can run my finger through it and I can get a handful of dust. So, like you said, the contract lapsed last year and it wasn't maintained. If that stuff don't get maintained, we're gonna be forking out a lot of serious money.
So I guess where all of these questions are ultimately going is, we've got a continuation document in front of us from 2021, where the 2021 agreement was old equipment. And the jailer said in that undated, non-letterhead letter, which was confusing to us all, about that new equipment will be put in as part of the ESG contract. So I'm assuming that's what needs to be in this 2023 agreement for us to make sure that we've got that timeline right. Because ESG talked about, once it was put in, that there would be a period where they would maintain, and then after that, agreements like this would kick in. So that's where all of these questions are going, ultimately, is to understand what is under the ESG contract that should be maintained as part of that agreement, and then what needs to be continuously part of this agreement for us to be
Yes.
maintained.
Yes.
But what we've got is just a carbon copy of what we got in 2021, is what I'm saying. And I can
Do you know
show that
what-
to the court
was there
because
any
I've
records or anything?
pulled all
Do
my
you
stuff.
know if they had a company come in and maintain what they install? Is there any records?
I have no clue. Honestly, have no clue.
So, I mean, there's quite a bit for us to kind of untangle, because we want the agreement to be, make sure that we cover, that
Yes.
we are covered. We want this agreement to make sure we are covered. So I don't know how we get from where we are in this sort of fog of not knowing and not having information in a file or in an electronic file or in the cloud somewhere of what was part of the ESG agreement and where we have to step in.
Let me ask you,
I'm-
Energy Committee, with ESG, I mean, how long's it been since they would have installed these?
It was in the backside of COVID. Robert, you probably can help me to be the backside of COVID.
So 21 or 22?
Yeah, because when the jail was quote unquote shut down, they weren't allowed to go anymore. So it would have been on the back end of that.
So there would have been some things in 21 and 22.
So in theory, we would hope they would have maintained it, but we're out of because the maintenance is
don't
on
know.
for a year, right? So regardless, we have to maintain it.
Yep,
So would it
absolutely.
be possible to have them update this sheet here? Because, I mean, Squire Sebastian's on point, you know, I mean, we know all these things have been replaced, or, I mean, they still need maintenance, we agree, but
Yep.
we need to somehow get the documentation accurate so we can keep track.
I knew this was gonna come, and I figured you were gonna ask it.
Yeah.
So you have it in your back
I
pocket,
had-
go ahead,
That's my friend.
bring it out.
I had it in my back pocket, and I done
Friend,
called.
you know.
I asked Brian. Brian said the contract is allotted a certain amount of hours regardless of the equipment in there. The model numbers and stuff, yes, are not correct. That was the old equipment. If I asked them to update this contract, that bill is going to increase by thousands of dollars.
so
They
my-
will rewrite the contract at the new rate.
Okay, so how do we get, I'm not sure how we ensure, based on what the agreement says, because things change all the time. And if you don't have the correct things in the agreement, if someone steps in and buys HMC or something like that happens, then we really are caught in the lurch. So I guess I defer to the county attorney to help with this. I just,
Well, because I feel like Ramos is bidding on a budget, you know,
Yeah.
like that they can use when needed. So,
But-
but surely
and
when
it's-
they come to do the work, they're going to update this list, I would assume.
Yes,
Surely,
yes, it
I
is.
mean-
I know, I'm,
Like the list, the contract was lapsed last year.
Yeah.
The work ended last year, so they have no clue model numbers, anything, because they haven't worked on it. So if I ask them to put the new serial numbers, model numbers, and everything in the contract, they will do that. They are a very lenient company for us to work with.
Yeah, I don't think it's been an issue there, because it seems like we've had, when they've come in, they've done great service for us to keep the old things up and running. Or clearly, we would have had bigger issues at the jail.
Is there a question for me that's on the floor?
There was, but I forgot.
What is the question?
So the question I ask, it just boils down to, do we need to update this agreement and ensure that the current equipment that we have in the jail is in it? Or do we go along with what we're provided here, which has the old equipment in it? Do we sign this agreement knowing that the equipment that's in the jail is not what's in this agreement? Based on him saying that that's going to jack the cost up above 10 grand.
If the contract is as it is and the court signs off on it, they could come in there and say, we didn't agree to work on these items. You're saying that they're not going to do that, but they could.
That's what I'm asking.
They could.
That's in the
Pursuant to
purview
what's
of it.
in this
That's
agreement,
right.
they could say,
The windshield
this
change.
is not the chiller that we agreed to work on, it's been replaced, or they could, the split systems, whatever, they could come in there and say all that, and so that is a possibility, but the contract also has a, either party may terminate with a 30-day out. So if they come in there and say, we're not going to repair any of these things, there is a 30-day out on it. So there is that. So.
And another thing, if I
If
may
that is a
add too,
concern.
it is the jail. They can't access anything in that jail without me being with them.
Right on.
So I have to hold them accountable. If I tell them, if I give them a key, I'm giving them a set of keys that has access to inmates. I can't do that.
Yeah.
So I will be there to hold them accountable. They ain't gonna go anywhere in that jail.
That is
without-
not a question
Yes.
for me at all. Knowing everything that you've done since you've hit the boots on the ground here, not a question at all. I'm just trying to figure out from standpoint of what's written, what comes back on us if it's not what's in this agreement. That's where I'm at. Sorry, Squire Tracy.
No, you're good. I guess my question would be, from a legal standpoint, it's legal to go into a contract knowing that the information is not accurate? That would be my question. I mean, I don't see how we can agree to a contract. I hear everything you're saying, and I understand that, but from a legality standpoint, I just have a hard time believing that we can enter into a contract or enter into a contract with a company, and we know that the information that we're signing or going into with is not accurate.
Bingo.
Can I say something? The next court meeting is the 11th. Can you get that updated by then?
I can get that updated, and I tell you what, I will do you one better. I will get you 2 more quotes on a service contract, just so you can have them, just so you know. But I am not gonna promise you that this quote will not go up.
And I don't think any of us will think that that is not the case.
That's not a concern.
But I think everybody will feel better if it matches
Yes.
what we have, even if the price goes up or down, so.
Yes, I can
That's all.
100% take care of
Couple weeks
that.
away, and we'll have it right, so.
In theory, it should go down because it's newer equipment, it's less work for them, just as thorough. You might
Should.
use that in your
Yes.
pitch, I'm just saying.
You would think, but
Nice
Judge,
theory.
that was gonna be my comment. One of 2 options here. Could we possibly just kick this out and rebid here at this point? It's
That's
not
basically what he's gonna
bid
do.
in 5 years, I'm reiterating.
Yeah.
Or is there, my question to you, is there an immediate need to service, again, winter's here and almost, and cold nights are here, some of this equipment's gonna be kicking in. Do you think we need an immediate inspection and servicing that we might approve a contract subject to being brought back with us with a new equipment inventory, serial numbers, all of that, that we review in 30 days and then approve any changes to? We could do a 2-part here, sort of a get them in, service what's there that they can, make a new inventory and bring back to us if you think there's a need to, because there was a mention of a furnace or some piece of equipment that's leaking gas that you've addressed for temporarily. in the jail, but, you know, I'm concerned about where some of our equipment is.
Yes, that's a whole nother line item. That actually was not ever, and I don't know why, honestly, but it was never put into a service contract and taken care of. So that piece of equipment is, in fact, you will see Monday, you're welcome to come up. I will show you. I'll be part of that tour. It's from the original build of the maintenance shop. So there is an old 80% furnace in the maintenance shop, which was leaking, and a heating and air unit that supplied both offices, the community service offices in the maintenance shop, as well as my office, and the bathrooms, in which there's cold water lines, hot water lines, paint, chemicals, all that stuff is stored in there and cannot be froze.
So I guess my question to Squire Wilson's point is, can you turn this around in 2 weeks, or do you need a month to do it?
I can turn around in 2 weeks. You got it.
Let's just rebid the whole thing then.
That's what he's gotta do. He's gotta get 2 other prices, but he'll have it by the next court, right? I just
Yes,
wanna make
sir.
sure we're all on the same
Yes,
page.
sir, I can get it in 2
We're not
weeks.
kicking it down the road. We're just wanting to make it Squire Tanner.
That answered my question.
Thank you. Perfect. We're taking the light.
And with that, we'll have a new equipment inventory.
There will be a new equipment inventory. I will physically go myself, inventory all the equipment that's in the building with one of the guys from HMC, because they know where everything is. They're more than willing to help me. They said if we needed to revisit this, we would. They're more than willing to help me. We'll go through, get all the model numbers, serial numbers on all of the equipment, and put it into the new contract, present it to court at the next meeting.
And let's get the list from HMB of equipment installed, or that they say they installed.
ESG.
ESG, sorry,
Yes.
Yeah.
I have, like the judge said, I had just got the ESG contracts, found the books, and needless to say, they're 4-inch binders, completely full. So it's gonna take a few days to go through that contract, but I will find it, and I can tell you, if it said it replaced all the valves, that you will see Monday that it did not happen.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good deal. Ron, I believe you're back up.
This is a proposal for a copay increase. Our medical provider contacted me and said that she believed that our copays were remarkably under or lower than the surrounding counties, and she provided a spreadsheet that kind of documents that. So we're asking to raise the copays that the inmate pays when they seek medical care. You can see that in the far right corner, or far right column, it says proposed changes. Those are some other jails that are nearby. Can kind of give you an idea.
Ron, I was gonna say I appreciate you looking into this, because it's gonna hopefully help us. Squire, let's go Squire Wiseman, then Squire Tanner, please.
Detective, I should have asked this earlier when I called on the phone to talk about the transportation fee. Could you just define what that fee will be for and not for?
So there is no,
No number.
you know what, I think that might be an error, because we don't have a transport fee. Any transport is done by our staff,
I don't know what that is.
so there wouldn't be any fee, is that correct?
It has a
That's the way I understand it.
$20 per visit
That's outside.
fee to outside appointments.
I believe that is a typo, sir.
Okay.
We don't have any,
So it's
that's what the other jail does, actually, that's where that came from, that just got carried over by accidentally, that should be 0 for us.
So 0 for that that last number on our
Yes.
spreadsheet should be a 0. Okay, thank you.
Squire Tanner.
Just for general information, I'm going to elaborate on this. What do you do with an indigent prisoner that does not have his money?
They get treated, if any kind of critical need, they get treated, if they're indigent, they still get treated. It's kind of like
So
going
we
to the
can't-
do
Can you do Medicaid or anything? Do you have access to any insurances at all?
I do not believe that we do. Do we use Medicaid? This is Captain Laura Smith. She is our Director of Finance. She can better.
If a county inmate has been hospitalized for over 24 hours, our Western Kentucky can apply them for Medicaid.
They can file for Medicaid if they've been hospitalized for over 24 hours.
On behalf of Western Kentucky Correctional, yes.
So that that might pay some of these copays? If they were hospitalized now.
If they were hospitalized for longer than 24 hours,
Okay,
they have to
thank
hit
you.
the 24-hour mark first.
So an indigent prisoner would not necessarily have to come up with this money if he can't. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the family members are out of the loop, the whole thing? Thank you.
There's an agreement in place on indigent, and it's signed by the county and the hospital. We have one in place.
That's for your Medicaid issue.
That is for to cover all of the indigent. It's not just, it doesn't just have to do with Medicaid. We have that in place already.
Squire Sebastian, you
That's
have
in
a
a
question?
packet. So I guess my first question is who authored this one-page document, just so we understand where it came from?
That would be from our medical staff.
So that's West
nurse.
Kentucky Healthcare Partners, is that
Yes,
where?
I think they're called C3 now. 3C. I'm not, they've changed names and I can't remember the new name at the moment.
And what are they now, maybe? 3C. Okay. Okay. And so this is the copay that I think you termed it as resident, that the resident pays? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out about the cost pool breakdown, but I guess I'll ask that during the bill, so I'll hold that other question. Thank you.
We got any questions on this one? I'm gonna go ahead and move the schedule around just a little bit, so you don't have to stand up and down. You have a performance thing raised for 2 jail employees. Can we go ahead and talk about that since you're there?
Let's close session.
Kind of like what I talked earlier, there's a core group of people at the jail that regardless of who is the jailer or who's in charge, they kind of carry the load. I have 2 lieutenants that have over 10 years experience. That's a rare thing. We don't have people with, we have people on shift. A whole shift wouldn't have 10 years experience combined. These folks have come in early. Their shift starts at 7. They're often there at 3 a.m. to work on the secure side because we're short-staffed. They take additional duties routinely, just things that help the jail flow, like sick call and things like, things like that, where we don't have the staff to do that. They come away from their regular job and do that routinely. When we absolutely have to have somebody, these are the people that show up. They don't call in sick. They don't complain. They just show up and do their job. They have institutional knowledge from working in our jail that is pretty much irreplaceable. They have a knowledge of the budget and how it works that really few other people inside the jail have. They're critical employees, so we need to retain them. Both of them have interviewed at other places in the last little bit. I understand no one's irreplaceable, but both of these employees would be a very difficult loss to sustain, especially right now as thin as we are. So I would just ask that you give them consideration here.
Questions for the jailer on this? We'll go to Squire Tracy, then Squire Wisman.
And you may have said this, I didn't see here. What'd you say their actual job duties are?
Kitchen director and, what is Jones' title? An administrative assistant. They do so many things, I couldn't remember exactly what the title was.
Okay, so kitchen director and administrative assistant, who's the administrative assistant for?
To Captain Smith. That's the 2 people we have that run the front office that handle, administrative assistant is kind of a catch-all term, but they handle everything from visitation to bills to, he has a segment of the budget that he manages, such as purchasing rubber gloves, trying to source those things like hand sanitizer during COVID. He was very successful in getting us the things that we need when other people just couldn't get it.
Right. I kind of guess where I'm at is, obviously we know county employees need pay increases. When we go back to the compensation study that was done here, I guess 16, 18 months ago. Betty Jo, help me if I'm, and I know that the jail came in at that time, I think 7% difference is what the jail was indicating, that it was around 7%. And I think the jail's probably the only one that got that difference in pay through the jailer. He asked for it. And then I look at it, and this budget was just approved where county employees got $250, except for $500, except for the jail, and they got the 3%, which again I think took some of us by just surprise. When you've got other employees up there, again, I know you spoke of tenure, but what happens tomorrow when you go in and these other 19 people that are on the secure side say, we saw where an admin assistant got a bump in pay, and we see where the kitchen director got a bump in pay, and they look at you and say, we can go to Lexington and make X amount of dollars, which is more. How do you anticipate on dealing with that when you could have 5, 6, 7 leave all at the same time?
And that is a real concern, and it really needs to be addressed. I've been doing some research in competitive salaries in this particular business, and anything pre-COVID, you can kind of throw that out, because post-COVID, things were crazy. So just for example, state prison officers, they're going to make $25.46 an hour. That's $8 more an hour than our people. If they work between 6 at night and 8 in the morning, they're going to get another $2 an hour. If that's on a Saturday or a Sunday, they're going to get another $2 an hour. So these folks are making around $30 an hour approximately on nights and weekends at the state prison. So there is a limited number of people that we're competing for. I think the whole pay scale should be addressed, quite honestly, and you can look at county jails nearby. Oldham County starts out $5 an hour higher than we do. And 3 of our people now work for Oldham County, and they won't leave for just a little bit of money, but that's a major difference. So I think that does have to be addressed, but I would say that these key long-term people, we have got to retain them, because no matter who's the next jailer, they're going to need these people. And if they don't get this experience any other place by working in a jail. So it's not like you can bring somebody in to run the kitchen. They might be able to do that, but he'll just do the kitchen. Our kitchen director, he does med pass, he does transport, he can do multiple other jobs within the facility, and often does. He comes in, well, when I was there, I think you worked probably close to a year without a day off, because the other person in the kitchen was out with an injury, and he was there every day for almost a year. Of course, he made some overtime money, but he never complained, he just did it.
Right.
And I need to retain people like that to continue the direction we're going.
Right, and I don't disagree with you at all. And I think that, we've got a road committee right now that's trying to figure it out, and, I'm looking at it, we got 14 employees got 5 years or more. Of those 14, there's 11 of them have 10 years or more. 11 of them have 15 plus years. And out of those 11, there's 5 that's got 20 plus years. So for me, where I'm at, it's hard for me to say yes, to that, to try to retain them, when you've got these guys that could come up tomorrow to the road supervisor and say, you know what, I can go work for this company or that company, or, the 2 great mechanics, we can go work for CAT and make double, triple what we're making here. So for me, I would just feel more comfortable if it was the county employees as a whole, and instead of individuals. So again, that's just where I'm at.
I understand. I would never say anything about our road department. They do a great job, so I totally understand.
Well, and it's not just the road department. I mean, we got firemen that are the same way. I mean, it's all of them. So again, I just feel more comfortable from where I sit as a group, and again, just knowing that that the compensation study was done, and again, I know the jail, whether it was divvied out correctly or not, again, unfortunately, we don't have a say, or we didn't have a say, but just to know that how that was done, and to hear some of the other ones from other departments not get that, it's just kind of heartbreaking per se.
Squire Whisper.
Yeah, Judge, I think the jail staff particularly have been asked to go above and beyond expectations. They are so short-staffed in comparison to to any other department in our county, at least in my perception, that I think, I mentioned in the committee meeting the other day, I think we really have to take a holistic look at all of their salary scales and what they're being asked to do. We've budgeted for 48, we have 33 in staff. I'd like to table this, to be honest, and take more of a holistic look at all the employees there with the eye of kind of bringing something back maybe within 30 days to make a decision on. But I am concerned about, and I totally understand the desire to retain institutional knowledge when we're in a triage situation again. But I would like to sort of take it just a step back and take a more holistic view as a full body about all those employees rather than making a decision on two. I might like to do something more for everyone if at all possible, if it's within our budget. So,
Well, and I think I was going to ask Ron that, it's in your budget, I'm assuming?
Yes, we're gonna, I believe we gave back $90,000 last year in salary because we just have positions that we're never going to fill. They're just not gonna be filled. We can't do it. The people don't, we just don't, we can't. There's nobody to do the work, so.
Squire Wilson, my concern, just because, Ron's been talking to us, is, they've been waiting a while. I think it didn't make it on the last court by accident. I would fear that if we wait a month. And I agree. We're currently looking at the road department staff. I mean, I talked to Chief before this. We need to look at everybody. And I agree. But I think knowing that the jail, and Ron refers to as, we're kind of hemorrhaging right now. We need staff, So for me, it's a little bit, be uneasy if he lost two of his key people right now in trying to rebuild this. And I mean, we put him there to run it to the best of his ability. So I agree, we need to look at everybody. I think everybody
In
can.
fairness, they didn't ask. I became aware through other, ways that they had other job interviews and things like that. So it wasn't like they came to me and said, hey, we gotta have a pay raise or we quit. They're not.
Right.
That's not the kind of.
Well, you're trying to be a good leader and be proactive, and I respect that. Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge.
Now I heard a comment about giving back 90,000 in a salary line item, when it takes $5 million to run the jail. I'll pull my budget here in a minute. And so, they came to the court last year multiple times and we had to do budget amendments across, for everything. And I realize this may be in that line item. But it is challenging when former jailer came to the budget committee when we were working on the budget, the finance committee, I apologize, and talked to us about some changes that needed to be made into the jail budget. And then when those were presented back as the budget rolled out, the things that were discussed with us were not actually how the budget rolled out for the jail. So for example, one of the things is that there was a 3% raise put in there for all of the employees at the jail, when across the board at county government, folks only got a set amount. And that was an issue for 200 other employees when that didn't happen for them. So it was a real challenge for individuals who step up day in and day out, just like you're talking about. And this body wants to ensure that everyone knows how valuable they are from whatever aspect that they are contributing to making Franklin County better. It's critical. So it's a challenge for me when we see these type of things come in, because I think there are folks out there all across the board that are giving their level best. And it's difficult.
And I think, we've all had this conversation. Unfortunately, that study was done kind of pre-pandemic. I mean, we might as well throw it away, because here's the deal. We know McDonald's is paying $15 an hour, each and every one of us almost run businesses. It's another world. I mean, it's just the way it has to be. So, I think it's going to take a lot of committee meetings to kind of look at everybody in county government and figure out, for one thing, how we're going to pay for it. But, and I think the sheriff's done a good job. He had budgeted so much, but he knows he can do with one or two less deputies. So he's using that money to try to make things better. And so I think we're just going to have to think outside the box on this one. and I hear everybody loud and clear. I think we're all on the same page here. We need to address it. We need to figure it out. I guess where I'm sitting is knowing that gentleman right there is helping us out a whole lot running this jail that is nothing good coming out of that jail as far as it's a big pain in the ass, and it's not, it's just, it's tough. So, I just trying to support him because he's supporting us, and, I do think we will take care of all of our employees and we're gonna figure it out. But for today's purposes, this is in front of us.
One or two comments, Judge. Each department that we have is different. There's not everybody wants to work in the jail, even whatever the salary may be. It's a difficult job. It's not fun. I mean, you gotta be a special person to even go out there, let alone. It's the same way with the sheriff department. It's the same way with the clerk. It's the same way with the road department. Everybody needs to be making all that they're worth. And I don't know what that number is, but I agree with most everybody's comments here, is that we have got to get our pay scales in order with every department, whatever they may be. Yes, it's not like I just want to spend money here and there and throw, that's not true. If we don't keep up, we're not gonna have anything to keep up with. I mean, if they've got, what if he loses from 33 to 15? And I don't think he will, but he might. What if he goes from 33 to 30? That is real possible. In the jail, the road department here, there is no doubt, and we're working on that. Scotty and I have been talking about that. We're trying to get lined up for people to get promotions and the pay to be right. And everybody in the state of Kentucky knows that what happened after COVID is not before. You can't get people to work hardly anywhere, regardless of what the salaries may be. I mean, obviously money talks, there's no question about that, but I understand what they asked for, and I would think that our commitment to the rest of the employees out here is worth something, I would hope. And as we go forward, we have to address that. We have to, whatever it takes to do that. I mean, if you don't pay anybody nothing, you can't tell them nothing. I know that's a fact right there. And I do support helping these gentlemen out there, mainly because we were, unlike before, we were asked to help them out. We weren't told they were going to do it. But that's not what happened before. So I stand by those, and I understand it's controversial. I'm not dumb either, and I may be one of the few that's for it, but I am for it.
Ron, I will say, one of the things you just said a couple minutes ago kind of hit me hard. They didn't ask for it. You're wanting to give it to them because you know the importance of them. That, to me, shows true leadership. So that's difference to me than somebody saying, I need $1, I'm going over this county. So, at that point, I don't like playing that game, but that I appreciate you telling us that. Squire Dykes.
We cannot lose anybody else in that jail that wants to be there and is doing a good job. We just can't. I just don't think we can do that. And I think all of our firefighters, everybody deserves more money than we're paying them. There is no doubt about that, and we've got to do something about it. But immediately, we cannot lose anybody else in that jail.
Paramedic in here because Amy's getting ready to stroke out there. Our treasurer is sitting, moving up and down, up and down.
I'm just,
I know.
It just is
I think
what
we're on
it
the same
is.
page.
But we can't lose anybody else in this jail.
Any other questions for our jailer on this item? All right, Ron, thank you. All right, I believe Ally's up next.
All right, good evening, everyone. This is a lease renewal with Buffalo Trace for our compost pad. And that renews every year. It's not automatic, and it's just $1 lease that we have with them. And they let us utilize that space. Yeah, so that'd be great if we could approve that and just continue our just agreement with them.
Questions for Ally?
I guess, Judge, more of a question for you. This is a renewal, but did we have a conversation with them yet about being able to construct anything on the property that?
As soon as we sign this, we're going there.
Yeah, they've agreed to sign it.
Deputy Judge said, let's get it signed first and then we go talk to them.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's kind of pending. We have a meeting with them soon, so we're wanting to get a lean-to on there.
Yeah,
to
we're gonna try
protect
to
some of that equipment.
take care of our equipment and that new piece of equipment, keep them out of the weather. All righty, next one, Ally, this is a great one, I think.
Yep, okay, so the ordinance we were amending for solid waste, the definition of yard waste, I made that adjustment to say 6 inches in diameter for the limbs. So that's the only change to the definition.
But you corrected facility and faculty and other typos and things as well. So.
I got excited with some grammar, yeah.
Any questions? I think this is a great thing, and I think our road department's gonna be happy with us when we get this one through, and hopefully get it through and start enforcing it so they can stop doing less tree work and more road work.
And Judge, that's a clarification. Once we vote upon this tonight, it'll be effective immediately, but the intent is kind of to do some educational awareness and roll this out.
Educational, that's why we kind of talked about it a little bit on Cable 10, and then also when the residents call into the road department, Amy, who's down there answering her phone, will explain to them what the sizes have to be and this, that, and the other. And Duke and I talked a little bit about this, maybe for the first couple weeks, somebody ride in front of the crew, and if the pile doesn't meet specifications, it gets red tagged and says why they're not going to pick it up, to try to help educate everybody. So I think that would be a good way to do it. Giving everybody a fair heads up. So when they call in, Amy can say it has to be X, Y, and Z, like per the ordinance. But then still, because we don't want to put our guys in a bad spot, so a supervisor ride through and kind of check everything. Tracy?
Again, there's not a lot of drastic change to this.
No.
It's more about the fact of enforcing the ordinance.
Absolutely. This is an ordinance that has been just, yeah, that's a good point to everybody.
There's not-
This is
not a
the
lot of
same
drastic
ordinance that's been
change.
into effect all this time. It was just not, it was missing a couple things. For clarification, there was too many gray areas, and this fiscal court doesn't like gray areas, and I respect that. Ally, thank you.
Yep, thank you guys.
Cool. Robert, how are you doing this evening?
I'm well.
Did you bring pizza for us? Get late, man.
I already ate mine.
What do you got for us tonight?
This is the second reading of an ordinance for zone map amendment related to 20.1 acres of property located at 1190 P Ridge Road from rural residential to agriculture. This is second reading.
And what was, just so everybody knows, what did the planning, what did staff recommend on this?
Approval.
Okay, and whose district is this in?
It's in mine, and I said last time I had not got any calls except from the property owner about this one.
Yep. Any questions for Robert on this zoning request? Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
All righty, on this next one, I believe it's a first reading, and we have Bluegrass Ad here. I figured it had to be you. You're the only one I didn't recognize. It was driving me nuts who you were sitting back there, but how you doing tonight? Joe, right?
Well, I'm Grayson Evans, standing in for Joe
Not
tonight,
even close, but
Judge.
okay. Yeah.
Members of the court.
It's good to see you too.
Good to see you all. This is first reading of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances. The zoning map for a 27-acre portion of property from rural residential to rural low density, multifamily, a 1.73 acre portion of property from rural residential to limited commercial, and a 1.48 acre portion of property from rural residential to limited commercial. Properties identified as map 95-0-0-2. It's located at 1550 Leestown Road. The Planning Commission held the required public hearing on June 8th and adopted a summary of the evidence and findings of fact on July 13th, and then recommended the fiscal court approval.
All righty, what questions do we have for Mr. Bluegrass Ad here? So it did come out with, it did pass through P and Z, correct?
Yes, the planning commission made the recommendation to approve.
Okay. Alrighty. Then this is the first reading, so we appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hello, Amy.
Hello. So this agenda item is a quarterly cash transfer from the general fund to the jail, fire, and sheriff, and this is budgeted.
Any questions for our treasurer on this? Seeing none? Treasurer's report, please.
And in your package, you have the revenue and expenses as of last Friday.
Squire Wisp.
Judge, just more of a compliment. I was noticing that the golf course specifically, we're only 3 months or less almost than into the new year, but they've already exceeded more than 50% on golf cart rentals of budget and nearly there with rentals and going up on green fees and driving fees. And so I'm liking that trend.
Yeah,
Yes.
they've been extremely busy out there.
When Charlie sent this past month's report, he said that I think that was a record.
Yeah.
So, it's great.
Anything else for Amy? All right, seeing none, thank you, Amy. Payment of claims. Kim is here to answer. I believe Squire Sebastian had some.
Just one quick thing. The bill that you all holded till this court, I put it back on the court bills, so you all can ask those departments.
Did we get an answer to our question of that? That was for the jail, what those funds were used for?
They are here to talk about it.
This number.
There you go. Okay, Squire Sebastian. Sorry.
So, under tab 13, 01-9100-301, when will this body receive the audit results that we are being asked to pay for? Y'all know?
Laura,
Is the audit-
Ron
is
is the sheriff's
Sorry.
weapons inventory.
It's the jail evidence audit weapons inventory. Sorry, y'all have it
I
signed.
have that, and I can make that available to you.
Okay.
But it was a clean audit, I believe.
Yes, that's in your packet for your visits on Monday, but yes, it's
Yeah.
a clean audit.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. So as a follow-up to that,
Here comes the sheriff. It looks like you want to say something. You want to say anything?
I don't know, only heard you know me?
Squire Sebastian was asking about the audit, when we're going to get a copy of the audit, but I said I believe it was clean, right?
Is it in the bills?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was waiting till we paid because he actually provided a draft for his work, which I would have too. Once we pay the bill, I'll send it out to everybody. But it's basically tells us what evidence we have and the weapons and inventory is all it is. So it all is on the list.
so I guess my question goes to, has the service duty weapon that was not approved in the
It's
last
back.
court split vote, it's been
Yes,
returned?
it's, both guns have been returned, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I don't know if this is kind of a question for the treasurer. Can money be transferred in this line item to something that's in the jail account, like 03-501-711, where it has specialty equipment? I guess my question is I know there's an audit line item for the county. I understand that. I'm clear on that. But in trying to maintain and preserve a budget for a unit of government like the jail, rather than coming and pulling out of resources, and I know there's money in the account that will cover this. I'm trying just to ensure that we don't get ourselves into a situation where we're constantly coming to the general fund to put money in the jail budget for things that, if money can be moved between line items to cover those things. So just asking that question for that reason. And this is not a big amount, $2,500, but I'm just trying, you understand what
I
I'm
do,
going?
and we can certainly do that. We can make a line item for the jail for audit. But past, we put all audit expenses in the general fund.
I understand.
We can make that change if you want to do that for this one and moving forward. It would be the same for the sheriff's audit. It would be the same thing for the clerk's audit.
The only reason I ask that, right now, we are not operating under an individual who we work through to develop the budget. Okay, we'll be working through someone else. And we're not, at some point, someone else will be running the jail. And just trying to understand, we don't know what that mindset will be about preserving the line items that someone else brought in and talked to the finance committee about. They may have a very different perspective, and they potentially could come in and say, you know what, I'm giving everybody a 5% raise, and we gotta pull it from here, there, and, I mean, I know there are just challenges, and I'm just trying to figure out how we, contain is not the right word, but how we can plan thoughtfully for that in advance.
I would also say if we do that, if we change this one and we decide to move forward and put all audits in their appropriate funds, for this one, it would be up to you all, but I'm not sure that it's fair to take it from another budget line item of theirs. I think it would probably need to be something that comes from, reserves and do a cash transfer.
And we can
But
talk
I'll-
about this maybe in our next finance committee meeting too, as far
Well,
as.
I'm just trying to figure out how we move from a situation of uncertainty. Someone else presented a budget to the finance committee and to the entire fiscal court and said a number of things during those presentations. Someone else ultimately will be carrying this out and may have a completely different vision and not understand some of the things that were discussed with us. So I'm just trying to see if we can be mindful of what has been discussed with the court in regard to the budget that we approve. Consistently, bills come in, and we're gonna have to be really mindful of that for the remainder of this year, so that the budget doesn't creep to the north side of things and make something else go to the south side of things in the red.
I would also say, is this going to be an expense that we would have every year, or just? It's just the audit.
This is a one-time deal. Now,
I
whoever
understand.
comes in, when the election's over, I would recommend we do it again. That's just
Yeah.
what I do when
I
I'm.
would agree.
It's good practice.
Yep,
Anytime you exchange shares.
I would agree with that.
So it won't be every year, but yeah. Bartender.
I asked Amy this question, or maybe she answered it, but if we need to do a line item of audits in the jail, you have to amend the budget, taking money out of reserve to do that, or you could make cash transfers, but as Sherry pointed out, that just moves things from one line to another. It don't help anything, or bottom line, don't help anything. So in order to make it correct, you're gonna have to either amend the budget by having a line item from reserve or wherever that money might come from.
Right.
But just shifting it around don't help anything, because it's still a void.
Judge. In the mind of transparency and accountability and being able to remove some of the vagueness of the operations of the jail, it would seem to be, or I would favor a line item that is sort of our policy put in place, right? We put our policy in place through the budget. Why wouldn't there be an annual audit of evidence and inventory at the jail that is then brought back to us to review every year? That would be the only time, unless there's a changeover in an elected office, as you're mentioning, that we get to put sight on that. I would favor putting that into a line item to be an annual expenditure and endeavor.
Basically, you have an outside person come in if you're changing like people, Now, we do that yearly at our evidence, but we do it in-house because there's no need to pay, you know, ours was about $5,000 because we got a lot more evidence at the sheriff's office, but we can do that, Ron can do that and provide you a report or whoever's there without hiring a company. I don't think you need to hire anybody unless there's a new person coming in, because the guy or girl going out, that gives them a little coverage too, because that's what they're saying there, you know, and whoever's coming in signing for it saying, yeah, it's here. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, I guess my comment is more, how do we enforce that that happens annually and we get some eyes on it if there's not an expenditure line, right? We can put something else in place as a policy, I'm sure, but.
So just where this is exponentially going, for 5 years, I've talked about the commissary fund, almost at every meeting, about how we absolutely have no earthly idea how that is being spent to the betterment of Franklin County. I think that is most certainly something that we need to ensure we have an understanding of. That needs to be up.
I've talked to Ron about that as far as, you know, getting us some reports and what's in there, and he's been digging into that a little bit more as far as, because he's heard also, it can't be used for this and can't be used for that, so I know he's working, if you want to speak on it, you can, but, I mean, I know you all are still trying to figure it out, so. But yes, he had, it's on his radar. I think we're gonna get some answers.
You've heard me now.
Absolutely.
Consistently.
Absolutely, so.
About it, so.
If the finance committee or the treasurer, whoever decides that you need to have a line item in the jail for audit or anywhere else, that don't mean you have to spend it. But you got
That's correct.
availability to use it if you need it to.
That's correct.
So what's
It's
the
like
policy?
allotment authority. You have the ability to spend it, you can choose to or not to.
Not to, that's
That's correct.
correct. But you, a transfer, I don't think helps anything.
Gotcha.
Good conversation.
I have just a couple more. I noticed in 03-5101-336 that there was some money expended for painting one office. Is there a plan to paint within the jail, like everything, like sections, or was there like a water leak and we had to go in and just, you know, take care of that? Because we all understand that, you know, how things are. I'm just trying to figure that part out, if there was like a leak that necessitated working on one office as opposed to like painting a pod or.
So there is a plan. You're gonna see a lot of me wanting to paint stuff. Paint's a
Yep.
pretty easy fix.
It
We're
is.
in desperate need of paint.
Yes.
This particular office is in the lobby area of the jail. It
Yep.
reflects on, it's basically one of the first things you see when you come in.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really old, and it was a time where a person had moved out, and a new person was moving in, and it was an opportune time to paint that. It's a small, very small office. We did that all with inmate labor. I don't know what the paint exactly cost, but it wasn't. And
It was
we'll be able
north
to
of
reuse
600, but.
Whatever's left over, we'll be able to use. We're gonna paint everything that we can within, because that's the easiest, and it'll brighten the place up.
Okay, I just wasn't sure because it demonstrated that it painted only one office, and it was like, you talked about, you know, cleaning up, and if there was some discussion about starting that painting like in the pod area where there's a tremendous need to clean and that sort of thing. So that's the only question that I begged off of that
We're
basically.
gonna address the lobby because that's the face of the jail, and that's where
Yep.
everyone sees. So we're starting on the outside of the secure area in the lobby. On the inside of the secure area, we're gonna start a D-pod because that's the most accountable inmates, and we'll be able to get in there and work and keep it clean, and then try to transfer that throughout the jail.
Okay, thank you. That helps quite a bit. Now, I have another question probably, and you all may be able to address this. In 03-5101-343, the pharmacy cost pool. So there is a $6,000 issue that demonstrates that it's above the cost pool. So the cost pool currently says, in the 24 agreement, the specifics of the cost pool, the breakdown is every month we pay $5,833.33 per month. That includes all pharmacy services and a host of other things to be taken care of in that. So in today's bill, there's a $6,152.61 above the cost pool for pharmacy alone. So I guess it just appears maybe that the contract negotiated amounts may have missed the mark for what we need to do here. So that concerns me a bit because that's above the entire cost pool for one item alone, and there are like 9 or 10 items in that cost pool per month. So that's $6,000 north of what the cost pool is for one line item in the entire cost pool.
And not to mention numbers are at an all-time low.
You got it. So that's just concerning.
I think it's
You
worth
probably
noting
can.
that we have changed, and I'm playing catch-up here, so bear with me, but we have changed from paying the cost pool up front into paying it monthly, and we anticipate that maybe we'll be well under in other months, so that it may not be in the long run the overage, is the way that it's been explained to me. So if we had paid everything up front instead of monthly, then it might not. We're gonna have months where we go under, we hope, and we anticipate that we will. So maybe that'll offset that 6,000 right now, as if you looked at that total number, you know, whatever it is, 5,000, whatever, times 12, then that gives you a bigger number, and then perhaps we'll be under, and the total number will be.
So will we
better.
see other things that come back, because like within the cost pool, I'll have to go back to, within the cost pool, I think it's in this. Nope. Within the cost pool, there are a variety of things, and there's only like, there's, pharmacy's only one of the items. Sorry, I gotta find it, I got it highlighted, but it's just gonna take me a minute to find it, because I brought my contracts with me tonight. So in the cost pool is pharmacy, inpatient, outpatient service, specialty services, dental care, labs, radiology services, ambulance, medical supplies, office supplies, minor equipment, medical waste disposal, and any other items deemed necessary and appropriate by the jailer. That's not anywhere else within the contract. So I mean, that just demonstrates that the cost pool overage area is really wide. And because it's so broad, is $5,800 going to do that every month to take care of transportation, and all services not anywhere else, and pharmacy, and we know there are pharmacy issues already, because we just have that as one line item. I mean, is that something we need to go back, whoever's looking at this, and start looking at those things, because we're already seeing, just from Kim telling us, I think at the last meeting, we're already over in the cost pool area already, when we were told during the budget process that the amount that was in there was going to cover it every time. And you can't we don't have control of the health of someone who comes in the jail. I mean, there's so many things that are outside of the control of anyone, and no one wants to be in that situation where you're constantly crawling uphill to make these bill payments. It's just trying to figure out, and we increased the cost pool. We increased it this year to make sure that we were ahead of that. So, and we're still short. We've still been short every month. So that's just, I don't know how we have to look at that. We absolutely have to look at that, just as a group. So there's one other item, I think that's in that area, 03, and that's, that's the jail budget, 5101, 705, I'm sorry, 481. This is the retirement badges that were discussed at the last court. And I think the question was for the body is what was the benefit to Franklin County for those badges? And I'm trying to recall if we have seen, and maybe I'll rely on others who've been on the court for an extended period of time, have we seen retirement badges in here before, and what's the purpose for these? So that was the cost that Kim shared with us earlier that's come back to the budget this time, and it was held for us to get more information about. And I don't know if you have that or if somebody else does.
I don't understand the exact question. What is it?
So there are 2 jailer retirement badges, that's all it says in here, to be paid for. So we're trying to figure out whether to pay that bill or not. And what is it, and what is the benefit to Franklin County for paying for these 2 things?
Well, we've ordered them from the vendor, and they are custom made, and we ordered, the vendor delivered the order in good faith, so there's that. It's a tradition in law enforcement that a retiring officer gets a retirement badge for one reason, that they're covered by something called the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act, which gives them the authority to carry a firearm pretty much all over the United States if they retired in good standing and they have a retirement ID and they can prove that they qualified. So that's just something that's always been done. I can't speak directly to those 2 retired badges. I don't know. I can tell you that I know that there was some concern about that before. The former jailer reached out to me and said if it's, if it's a big issue, I'll just pay for them. So that's what I can say about that.
Actually, just so I understand this too. So
Yeah, we're just trying to
it's not a
understand.
bourbon head or anything. It's an actual badge that they carry in their wallet.
It's a
that
wallet,
basically
yeah,
says
it's a wallet
retired.
badge, it's a wallet badge, and they're, I don't know what these 2 cost, but they're probably about $150, because that's about what they cost.
Yeah, it's right at that. It's right at $300.
That's normally, I believe that was for 2 previous retired jailers that had never gotten one, and that's what I know about that.
2 previous jailers that this court's paying for? Is that right?
That's my understanding.
So not staff jailers, elected positions, those are for, not retiring jail staff.
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't know.
So do all, just so I understand this, because I'm just trying to understand this too. So everyone who works in the jail can apply for one, or just sheriff's department, like road deputies?
Well, and the
Because
sheriff's
they're not the same
office,
training.
any corrections officer would also be covered by the OSA Act.
Okay.
But honestly, nobody retires from the jail. We just don't have the longevity. So we're having a very few people that are, that the kind of the last of the old school. And
Okay.
that's who is retired. But the sheriff's office, I don't know if they issue retirement badges or not.
Okay. Bartender.
One quick comment or question. They have to retire and not quit.
Well,
That's the difference. If it's
the
a
statement
different-
of the law says you must have 10 years of service and left in good standing. It doesn't say whether you resigned, retired, or just as long as you weren't terminated, that you would be covered
And
by
that's
it.
in good standing after 10 years.
I believe that's the wording. It's changed a few times, but I believe that's how it stands now.
Well, I think we can all agree this was definitely before Ron has stepped into this role, and I don't know, we've received them. They, I don't know from a legality standpoint, I almost feel like we have to pay for them, but I think,
I think if we receive them, if they, we've got to pay for those. I don't see that we have any choice.
thoughts from the court?
Well, it seems like when other items, such as service duty weapons, we had that earlier in the court tonight. We had a service duty weapon that was paid for as a, somewhat that would be along the same lines,
Yes,
right?
that's
Or
correct.
is that different?
No, it's the same principle.
So perhaps maybe we follow the same protocol for that type of thing, since it's service duty weapon, and maybe something like this if it comes up in the future.
Yeah.
I just don't recall seeing it
No,
before.
yeah.
It just doesn't sound like it happens very often.
Yes, it
takes
does.
10 years.
So it just sounds like it's an atypical thing,
Yeah.
but it sounds like it's similar to the service duty weapon to me. But now, if I'm wrong on that,
I think that's a fair characterization.
We've received them, can I ask if the names of the individuals that we've received, does anybody have that?
I think Captain Smith might have those 2 jailers' names, if she's still here.
I don't think we have any documentation. They're not like imprinted on the badge or anything like that, although I haven't seen them, I guess I can't say that for sure, but I don't believe that they are.
But we have taken possession of them.
I have never seen them. I'm
Oh,
sure
so
that they
this
were
is prior
delivered.
to you even.
Yeah, I have never seen them. I don't know. I assume that they've already been delivered.
Oh,
I'll have to check, I'm not sure if they did it or not.
Okay.
I would say they have,
I mean, let me be clear on that. The jail has received them. We have received them, but I don't know where they are. I personally have never seen them.
they were distributed before you
Yes.
came on. Okay,
Yes.
I'm with you. But the jail did receive them.
Yes,
so,
we definitely
okay.
received them from the vendor.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like a protocol much in line with the firearms, that they thank you for your continuation of service and a way to allow you to continue your service in some way to your community. That makes more sense. Thank you.
But Squire Sebastian's point, it should be presented, if it happens again, like a service weapon would be presented, instead of just in the bills, right?
I would think
Yeah.
so, if it follows the same type of pattern.
You would
Sounds like
think.
it's a similar
Yeah.
item. Thank you.
Thank
Anything
you.
else, sir?
Huh?
Anything else?
Thank you. All right. Next item, do you know if, we had talked about this when we did the road department bid package as far as the flooring. So I believe Codell went back, Codell Construction went back, and the person who won the bid went ahead and priced the alternate, if I'm remembering all that correctly. Is that right, Jack? Okay, so that's what we have in front of us tonight. It actually was a little cheaper, I think, than the original alternate that was presented, so.
The way it was written in the bid package breakdown identified it to two vendors and seemed to indicate one for one bid and one for the other. This is clarifying it's both from the same vendor for the total amount.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. So I guess a bigger question for you all is, I mean, do we want to spend the extra money for epoxy floors? I would say yes. I mean, Scott County, we went and looked at their facility multiple times as far as being able to keep it clean and things like that. I don't know if Duke or Steve wants to talk about it at all. I mean, do y'all want it? Do you not want it? I mean, I'm assuming,
Be a good thing myself.
as far as keeping it clean and easier to mop, things like that. I mean, that's how it was explained to me on that tour, so.
Does it offer a safety reason to? Yes? Okay, I think
Yeah.
I mean, they're always walking around in things where I know, I live with someone that walks around in oily situations, and it's hard to do that and not slip, fall, and we don't want that. I mean, we've got a large crew. Safety's a huge thing, so you're selling me on safety.
It extends the livelihood too, I would imagine. The concrete is not going to be absorbing oil and other chemicals and causing issues that, although I would prefer to spend money on our employees, I think, given that our current department is nearing 60 years old, we need to do everything we can to make this one last. So I'm in favor.
I would agree, Squire. All righty. Moving on, you all want to talk about the mow trim?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the bids in for the mow trim boom mower, came in at $188,500. We'd like to get approval to purchase. We had originally $130,000 budgeted for the mow trim. We thought we could find a used one, but we had no luck. So we've got a tractor truck we had budgeted for $60,000. We'd like to scratch that and use that money to put towards a new mow trim.
I say rock on.
Yeah. So you went ahead and rebid it for that 18-footer or whatever instead of that, because that other one's 24, is too big?
Yes.
Squire Wisman, did you have a question?
You already asked my question.
Yep.
I was just making sure that specifications came in correct.
Yep.
Okay, and on the next one, we got the bid in for the trauma screener for the compost facility, came in at $123,700. This will be paid with the grant money that we already have, and we'd like to get approval to purchase that.
And just so the court does know, the intention is to put that up at the animal compost, and once the lease is signed, hopefully if everybody agrees to it, then we will go have a conversation and talk about doing a lean-to or something, and we can match it to the color of their structures, and we're hoping there's not going to be any issues there, but, so that is going to be a conversation in the near future for Ally to have. Good deal.
Judge?
Yep, go ahead, Squire.
Just two questions. That trauma screener is this correct, the approximate delivery dates within 60 days on the bid?
That's what I was
So
told.
we'll have it, so we need to think about that lean-to or whatever pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're going to get on
I'll
it
work
quick.
over top of that. Do we have any idea with this new bid with the boom, how fast we
I
can
was
get that?
told possibly anywhere between 8 months up to 11 months. That range.
Next fall,
I bet we get
maybe, hopefully spring.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, thanks.
Alrighty. You're doing great, guys. Thank you. Do I have a motion, authorization to go into closed session per KRS 61.8101F, discussions or hearings which might lead to the appointment, discipline, or dismissal of an individual employee?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. We are in closed session.
Chief, can you grab Robert, please? Robert's up.
Andrew, we're in. Robert, you got this next one.
We ready?
We ready?
Okay, so good evening. This agenda abstract is to amend the hourly rate of the chief electoral inspector. As it indicated in the background of this document, the electrical inspector position, which is one of two full-time electrical inspector positions in my department, has been vacant since January of this year. So we've been 9 months advertising. We had received 2 applications, but no one has been recommended to this body to be hired. Additionally, the chief electrical inspector not only covers the workload of the vacant full-time inspector position, but also covers all of the incorporated area of Franklin County, and then under contract covers everything within the city limits. And as a result of that contract, the city pays half the salary and benefits of this electrical inspector. So I am recommending, along with, I believe, the administration, an increase to this individual's salary based on the amount of workload that's been placed on this individual and his excellent ability to do it with a smile and come in every day. So I'm recommending, at a minimum, now of course you all can always add more, I'm recommending at least a minimum of $2.24 an hour to bring the hourly rate to $38.50.
Squire Sebastian.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Planning Director, let me ask you this. If we put that $2.24 on the vacant position starting salary, would that make it more amenable to someone to apply to that? Because I'm not sure if it's a pay rate thing, and that may keep it within. I don't know. I'm hearing the amount for the first time, so I'm just reacting off the top of my head.
We just updated the new electrical inspector ad. We actually did just update that, Sherry. It was like $28 an hour, and we moved it to $30 on the vacant electrical inspector. So we have already done that.
When did that happen? Just trying to understand
It should go in this
the timing.
weekender in a
Okay.
week, in the last week.
So we don't know if that's ultimately going to be the issue or not.
That has been the issue. I will tell you, I have talked to people, electricians are making $40 to $45 an hour. Marty has talked to people, Marty has been trying to recruit, and the one guy we interviewed wanted, $38 an hour, and he turned us down.
So if we put this money to the other inspector and we get someone in, theoretically, aren't we able to do more inspections for properties across the community? Theoretically. If we have 2 inspectors on staff.
The one inspector you have will not have as much overtime pay.
Okay.
So
And theoretically, the other inspector would be doing some work as well and taking some of the inspections, is that right?
that is correct. Yes, the workload would be split. Or I wouldn't say split. It depends on the degree of the complexity of whatever project it is. I would like to just advise the court that I would like for the chief electoral inspector to be assigned as part of that contract with the city, so that they get the same quality as what the county does as well, because the chief inspector can do the city as well as the county, so that it's not exclusive. But it's important that if we're under contract, we need to put our best qualified electrical inspector into that agreement. So, because right now it doesn't specify, it just says the electrical inspector. But if the court feels that $2.24 isn't enough, I won't argue with you. We can start the bargaining now.
Squire Tracy.
So question, obviously, this court's taken issue in the past with the city doing things without approaching us first. Has anyone talked to the city, and are they aware that this is potentially could happen?
No,
So no one's approached the city about this at all?
no, sir.
So ultimately, it could pass tonight and we're gonna throw it at them, just like we take issue with them throwing stuff at us.
That is correct.
Interesting.
And to verify on that, if we make a pay increase, they're liable for 50% of it?
That's
Under our
correct.
current contract?
That is correct.
So have a contract that says they're gonna pay 50% of this?
Correct.
Whether we throw it at them or not?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes,
That's all question I have.
I'll just, I mean, I rail against it being done to me. I don't like doing something to somebody that I don't like done to me. Just
Well, in this case, they're.
Just
looking
saying.
at $1 and a dime. I mean,
an hour, and you said he had a lot of overtime.
well, that's correct, because it's one person.
Right,
one
doing it all.
Full-time employee covering two
Yep.
full-time positions.
That's right.
Under 2 jurisdictions.
Yep, that's right.
In that realm, I'd be more inclined to postpone this action until the city is notified and says they are within budget or something, and gives us an agreement before we approve or deny this.
Right, Tammy?
If this person is, I understand everybody's thought about having things thrown at them or surprise or whatever it is, but you said some of the contract that they have to accept whether they'd like to or not. So I don't really, the other question I have is if this person is qualified and he's ready to start doing electrical inspections, then what happens if we kick it down the road for a couple of weeks or a month?
Well, this is your current employee.
This is the current guy.
This is
Oh,
the-
it's a current
This is your
employee.
current
Oh,
employee
okay.
who's been for
Never
9
mind.
months, been covering for 2
I'm sorry, I
full-time
thought it was a new
positions.
employee, excuse me.
No, sir, this is not a new employee.
Okay.
I wish I was presenting a new employee, but for 9 months, we've only had 2 applications and neither one of them was recommended to come before the court.
Mr. Hewitt, can you give us, I can't remember the start date that he officially took over the chief inspector position.
It was in January. I don't have the exact date, but it was January of this year.
It was because
So
of
he-
retirement. Yeah.
So they're already paying half of the current salary?
That is correct.
That's fine. That's
No,
all need to
I
know.
interviewed, I didn't start till 1/2. That he officially took over
He
the
took
job.
over interim because the
Interim,
last
he did,
one- Yes.
but he didn't
correct.
fulfill the job until March.
No, we filled it from 1 because we didn't have an electrical inspector because our last one left December 31st. It was temporary.
When did we place him in as, it's not been 3 or 4 months? I want to say, but maybe it's been longer.
Yeah, I think he was just acting as electrical inspector.
Yeah,
He
he
didn't have the
acted,
head
and now-
electrical inspector until we interviewed him.
Right,
As
which
part
was
of everybody
March or
else.
April.
Yeah, but I
March
don't
or April,
remember
I
that
think.
date.
Right.
Yeah, I don't.
So I'm saying that he just went into, I'm wondering, is he hit his 6 months? Are we anticipating another pay increase at a performance date, or?
Well,
I don't
he's
remember.
been flying solo for 9 months. So are you talking about a probationary period? Because I don't believe that's applicable to an existing employee.
I'm asking, is there anything built in? I don't remember, I don't recall, is there anything built in the terms of his employment as chief electrical inspector after we placed him there in the spring, that he gets another, this is his sort of 6-month
Oh, no,
review?
sir, no, sir, I understand what you're saying. No, sir, that was not in there.
'Cause it's been about 6 months or so, I think, that he's fulfilled the job in full title. And he's gone above and beyond what the position sort of initially had discussed, because we thought we would find someone to assist him pretty quickly.
Yes, we did not anticipate this delay at all. We really didn't.
So just for clarification, so the city would only pay half of the one fee as part of the deal, unless obviously there was 2 inspecting at the same time in the city, right? I mean, it's per job, or is it per employee?
Per employee.
Yeah, so it's just for one or for both?
It's just for one
Yeah, okay.
full-time electrical inspector. So for instance, the parking garage that the city's gonna be building, your staff will be doing that inspection. Any other, if the paddocks develops in the city, This employee will do every building, every circuit, every plug. So,
And we don't have a breakdown, but we, you know, the thought, and I'm sure it's proven true, is that he is been efficient and has brought in more revenues from the number of inspections he's been able to do for us.
that is correct. That is why my revenue line item from the last fiscal year exceeded the budgeted amount.
It's already up.
And yes, and it's already up this
Yep.
year, and there's another large payment coming hopefully next week.
So Robert, can I ask you this?
Yes,
Is
sir.
2 weeks gonna be a deal breaker?
No, sir.
So I hear the court, and I agree with the court, because we don't want to be that person. We want to be the bigger person. I would like for you to communicate with the city tomorrow,
Yes,
let
sir.
them know what we're proposing, and I think we will embrace it in 2 weeks.
Wonderful. I will do that.
Is
So
that,
can I ask a question, Judge?
Please do.
Because our planning director talked about being able to spread that responsibility over 2 employees when we're able to bring the second one on. Can you ask that same, do we need to ask that same question of them for the second inspector if we bring them on?
What would the question be?
The question would be, so, right now it says the inspector, I think you said.
Correct.
The inspector, so that means one.
Correct.
The means one. So if we bring a second electrical inspector on, our planning director's already talked about a multitude of work that's gonna happen within the confines of the city limits. Every plug, I think he said every circuit,
Yes.
right? Quote?
That's correct. That's my quote.
So we're going to need that second electrical inspector, when we're fortunate enough to bring them on, potentially to be able to do some of this work. So can we also ask them as part of that conversation if they can do the inspections within the city, if both can, and if there's some benefit to them, they'll see the benefit to them.
as far as being more
Yes,
more
as
efficient
far
and
as
things
more
like that?
efficient, and then there could be some payment that comes back to the county for being more efficient and able to do that.
So as part of that agreement, we also receive, the treasurer, I believe we receive 30% of all the fees we
Yes,
collect for any
we do.
inspection done within the city,
Yep.
as well as they pay $7,000 annual for us to use a county vehicle for
Mhm.
city inspections.
Right.
So greater efficiency means more fees and more revenue.
I understand that too. But also, they're having another body being able to go out there to do that work. So I'm just saying, is there
Yeah.
some quid pro quo where everybody gains in this equation
Yeah.
with a small amount of money that comes in from them potentially to help with the other salary? Just asking.
Yeah, I think it's a great thought, because at some point, if they're doing those huge developments, which would benefit everybody, we could potentially have both of our inspectors
Yes.
on the
busy.
site for days or weeks.
Yeah, and there may be an occasion in which that's necessary.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
so we, per the current contract, we would only receive the benefit on one.
That's why I'm saying.
I only have one question. I don't know what the consensus is right now. It sounds like it's to kick it down the road for 2 weeks. But if we do that, how long does it take this gentleman to receive his pay increase?
Be effective immediately upon,
Effective immediately on 2 weeks, so this next pay period, then he would be qualified for that.
well, yeah, if the court acts, then
Okay.
we
If they
receive
act, if they act,
the
I
approval
guess.
from the judge's office, then it's passed over to payroll.
Squire, I asked Deputy here if we could, if we
Retroactive.
waited 2 weeks just to make sure we communicate with the city,
So-
like
so then
everybody
we-
should, but we can't back pay. That's what my
No,
question.
no, I'm not,
You
no,
know,
you
I
can't
know.
back pay. I don't think you could.
Yeah, you
You
can.
could probably, but it's
No.
might not be legal with you.
No, we're not going
But
there.
anyway then, so then I understand what might come out of here is that he is authorized as soon as we get confirmation that the city's been notified. Is that correct?
Well, upon vote of the court is when it's authorized.
So we can't vote on it today.
Yes, you
I
can.
mean, I guess we could, if we say that we notify the city tomorrow and it takes effect on Monday, I guess that would be one way to do it.
Then
I
that's
mean,
what I'm.
and then we're not waiting 2 weeks. I think it's pretty good.
Is that, okay.
I see, you see what you're saying?
Yes,
It
sir.
would go into effect on Monday if the city agrees to it.
Well, they wouldn't have to agree just as long as they know it.
Go ahead, Squire Sebastian.
So my point still goes back to the other inspector, so that gives them time to potentially consider that. But I just don't want that to get lost in the equation
Yeah.
here because it benefits everyone. for that ability.
And that would require a contract amendment.
Yes. And so everybody has to deal with that.
And I believe, I've not heard anything out of the city in any negative manner that they're dissatisfied with the service we provide. Everything seems to be going quite smoothly. So we're able to input the data into their software. It's running very smooth.
What's the will of the court? What do y'all want to do?
Effective Monday is fine with me.
Well, I think the motion ought to be to hire him and then notify the city by Monday that this, or tomorrow, if you want to know.
Sure.
But then what do y'all want to do with Squire Sebastian's request? Because I hear her. Is that something we need to talk about and then?
The administration would need to have a meeting with the city administration and begin amendment negotiations.
So that could even, if, like, let's say this passes for our inspector that we're talking about, that's something we can still take up in 2 weeks potentially to change the MOA or whatever.
Well, of course, yes, of course, it'd have to go through the city commission as well.
Yeah.
But, the city is looking at some very large projects coming down the way, and I know they want to make sure they are successful, as well as their parking garage, and anything on parcels B and C. They're talking about some large residential structures, so,
I just think for everyone's
Yeah.
benefit, that is a benefit to the entire community.
Yeah.
Unlike
Oh,
other things that we looked at in the budget tonight that don't benefit Franklin County at all.
I'm not gonna, excuse me, we're talking about two issues, though, aren't we? One of them is to get the chief inspector right now to $38.50. And
Correct,
the other
yes.
issue is, needs to be addressed too, but it's not the same issue.
Correct. It's a separate issue, but I think it's a very important one. I think it's great.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
no.
Squire Wisman.
Judge, I'm reminded that our new code enforcement officer, I don't know if that discussion has happened with the city as well, but you would imagine all of these projects that are ongoing and being developed, that there is some, I remember distinctly some discussion when I was at the city about ensuring that contractors are licensed, insured, and paying their fair share in this community. There would seem to be an opportunity to have that discussion about both of those being at the service of the city
That is
for
on
some
my list to
contribution.
talk to the mayor. I was kind of waiting for their city manager to get hired, because, that's kind of where it is.
He's there.
And he's there, so, yeah, we are, and they have a lot of interest in doing an MOA with our enforcement officer. We just need to figure out how we want to structure it.
Seem to be all of those are related often
Yeah.
to construction and development that may be sort of a package deal to
Yeah.
discuss.
No, I agree 100%.
And if I could say, the employee hired in that enforcement officer position it's working out extremely well. We are taking care of things. We had a big issue in Squire Wisman's district. I don't know if you heard about it or not, but Shelby County knew about it. And they were very impressed at how Franklin County took care of that problem.
So to let you all know, as far as that, I think some of our planning and zoning stuff's live, but I talked to Amy about, because, we will be not just getting fines, we're gonna find people who are not in compliance, so we're gonna have a separate line item so she can track, as far as what he's doing, as far as what fees are being collected and how many fines are being collected. So hopefully this time next year or even budget time, we can have a little bit more to look at. So, she said it all gets put in the same pot, but then when it's, figured out, she'll separate it so we can look at that, and see how many were, new fees were brought in and how many fines were paid.
And I've met with the treasurer. I believe she's already made that change.
Perfect. Yeah, so.
Thank you, Corp, for your support for the Planning and Building Codes Department. We stay extremely busy, but thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
Well, and I want to thank you for, he is absolutely, like, he and Richard both went out and took care of a problem that we had in my district, like that. So I just want to thank you guys for your work.
Thank you.
I think we're good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, we're down to other business. Anybody have any other business? Look at my calendar here so I get this right when I read it.
Turn the hair off.
Oh, I'm sorry, Squire Sebastian, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Just following up on something that the court talked about a few months ago in regard to having a lobbyist work on our behalf.
I was thinking
I'm
about that
sorry.
today. That's so weird. No, I literally had major thoughts about that today.
Yep, so I'm just circling back on that, see where we're at.
So we've met with 2 firms locally. I met with 1 firm in DC. I think we're to the point, and I just got back, but like I said, I was at that conference today, that I think pretty good about the one locally. When I talked to the one in Washington, he basically said, I can take your money, but if you have a local grant writer, that's 50 to 60% of the work finding the grants. And then it's just about writing them the right way. So he offered to help, and I have a connection just through my brother's hospital. He does their work. So I don't know on a national level if any of those would really help us right now. But I think on a local level, we need to definitely pick that ball up and go with it.
Related to that, Judge, you know, I think that's a critical thing. That check that you just laid over there could be the result of that effort. But I think we've really got to do some groundwork right away to start putting some projects on paper for our community that are transformative, that we can go after some of those funds. At the moment, we have some maintenance kind of projects going on, right? Maybe the park is a bit of a transformative, but we don't have a lot else. We really need to start somehow putting paper to pen and to paper and looking at what we could do in each of our districts and beyond that would be really transformational. They need something to lobby for.
Just to follow up on the discussion, yes, I think we need to continue to pursue a local lobbyist right now in state. Of course, you just said federal government probably not that important, and maybe it is or maybe not, but anyway, just to continue to pursue that because it's going to come up relatively soon after the election, to be blunt.
Thank you, Judge. If it's okay, I'd like to make sure that we have someone look, and I guess this would come to you, Max, just to make sure we're under the umbrella in regards to the KRS statute when it comes to animal control. I know there's been a lot of going back and forth. I know you're getting a lot of calls. I'm getting a lot of calls. The city's ordinance is a whole lot different than ours. Obviously, looking at the state statute, it says animals, and I think maybe we've kind of cherry-picked the dogs only.
Max and I had this discussion the other day, and he agreed that we need to probably go ahead and change in our admin code so it mirrored the state. Is that correct? Not putting words in your mouth?
Depending on what you all want to do, if you want to be more specific on which animals, as far as but we can definitely take a look at it and make sure that we're compliant with the state statute. And be more specific and more in our wording with those ordinances.
Thank you.
Judge, since that was brought up, I've had a couple of issues related, I wasn't planning to express here, but a problem relating to what are and aren't farm animals and when they free rein or don't into other people's goats, for example.
He said the 4-letter word. I wasn't going to say it tonight, but he had to go there. He did.
We need to, I need
Yeah.
that sooner than later.
We're all on the same page. We just didn't want to say it.
Okay, you know I will, usually.
Alrighty. Anything else? What's that?
Goats and dogs.
Yeah, I'm not saying that word.
Geese, I've had geese.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Pig, I had
Pig.
Had a geese too.
a pig in the neighborhood.
Cattle.
All right. We ready to go into voting session? Alrighty. Clerk, please call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Here.
Squire Dykus,
Here.
Squire Tracy,
Here.
Squire Tanner,
Here.
Squire Wisman,
Presence.
Judge Mueller.
Present. Authorization for approval of minutes from special meeting of September 12th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to declare a duty weapon as surplus for the purpose of purchase for a retiring deputy sheriff.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
The reason I voted for is different from the
Motion passes. Authorization to receive Sheriff's 2022 tax collection settlement.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next one, we are going to table to the next meeting. 6, authorization to increase medical fees on services that are provided to inmates, Franklin County Regional Jail.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to renew a lease agreement with Buffalo Trace Properties LLC for livestock compost facility from September 28, 2023 to September 16, 2024.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. And I just want to say we appreciate Buffalo Trace for letting us use their land up in that facility, and I think it's a wonderful thing for our community. Second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the ordinance number 2-2019, repealing, amending, and readopting a 1983 ordinance pertaining to public health, safety, and welfare, regulating storage, collection, transportation, processing, and disposal of solid waste, and providing for violation of the provisions of this ordinance.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those nay. Motion passes. Second reading and approval of an ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, Section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 20.1-acre property identified as PVA map number 049-00-00-012.00, located at 1190 P Ridge Road, from Rural Residential District RR to Agriculture District AG.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. There will be no vote on this one. It's first reading of the ordinance amending the table of special ordinances, Section 1, zoning map changes of the Franklin County Code of Ordinances for a 27.04 acre portion of property, tract number 1 from Rural Residential District RR to Rural Low Density Multifamily District RL, and a 1.73 acre portion of property, tract 2 from Rural Residential District RR to Limited Commercial District CL, and a 1.4 acre portion of property, tract 3 from Rural Residential District RR to Limited Commercial CL. The property is identified as PVA map number 095-00-00-002.00, located at 1550 Leestown Road, US 421. No vote will be taken at this time. Authorization to approve cash transfers for fiscal year 23-24.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, did you get that?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any payment of claims? Seeing no motion was made, let the record reflect claims are to be paid. All right, so this one I'm going to go with. Second one. Authorization to award bid package number 8 to Rising Sun Development in the amount of $24,600 with alternate number 1 in the amount of $90,000, a total of $114,600. Sole bidder for painting related to the construction of the new maintenance building at the Franklin County Road Department, 100 Lewis Ferry Road.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to award bid to Wright Implement, lowest bidder for 1 mow trim / boom mower.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to award bid to Taylor Construction Equipment, sole bidder for 1 screener machine, Mite number 2 trommel shredder with 30-foot radial stacking conveyor.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to approve performance raise to kitchen director at the jail.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
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 Clerk, did you get that?
Who nayed?
Squire Sebastian, Squire Tracy.
I guess I'll explain my vote. You know, it's difficult when we're in a budget situation like we're in, where we're in a situation to pull a couple of employees out of a budget that had already been above what had been budgeted for personnel, over every other county employee. And everyone is deserving, because everybody's pitching in hard here in Franklin County. So it's just a challenge for that reason. It's not that I don't believe they're deserving. I think everyone is deserving of the opportunity to have that, so.
Thank you. Authorization to approve a performance raise to administrative assistant at the jail.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
No.
Clerk, do you get it?
Sebastian and
Tracy?
Judge, if I explain?
Sure.
I'm going to say I've approved these, and I hope it's the beginning. You know, I didn't get a lot of input into the budgeting process, I felt, particularly around salaries and the pay increases that they should all be due. I think $500 was a pittance for what our people should be getting, and we've got some groundwork to do. I hope these two are just the beginning of a real critical evaluation of what we can do for everyone. That's why I voted, one of the primary reasons I voted no on the budget in the beginning, so, thanks.
Thank you.
I want to explain my vote.
That's fine.
Very briefly, I want to explain my vote, and there's no need of me repeating everything Eric said, but he in fact does stand for what we need to do. We've got to go forward with our pay scales in this county, because there is, I understand tight budgets, but I also understand not being able to function either. So we have to go forward. Thank you, sir. And I hope this is just a start.
Thank you, Squire. Authorization to amend the hourly rate of our chief electrical inspector after we notify the city to take effect on October 2nd.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those, no?
Nay.
No. And I'll explain my vote. As I had discussed earlier, I think we would do well to put what this raise is going to do toward the other salary to elevate it, so that we can have two bodies working on behalf of the county rather than one. Not that he's not deserving, it's most certainly not that. It's having more people to do the work.
Thank you, Squire. Authorization to hire Matthew Anglin as a seasonal part-time golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to hire Kelton Saylor as seasonal part-time golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to hire James Tucker as a seasonal part-time golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. We're adjourned.
I
Thank you, Lord.
say amen instead. Hallelujah.